Is it working? Is it on? My computer totally crashed. It's totally insane. So, let me check my video. Is it working? Is it on? Yep. So, totally hard reboot. Every now and then it does that. Don't know why. It's still worth it though. Super cheap computer. It's awesome. Okay. Oops. Can I restart everything? Let me cough here for a second. All right, where was I? I was running Visual Studio Code. I was running a terminal, I assume. I was like right in the middle of programming. Okay. Oh God, I was totally. Oh geez. What in the heck was I doing? Throwing it. No exception. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely throw an exception. Yeah, for sure. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Is roll? Roll is a. So you're gonna call it. So you're gonna pass it a string. So roll's a string. Let's just make that. All right. That's the new roll, right? Yeah. Let's do bang R. Bang R. Okay. Is that right? Otherwise, take it. Yep. And then so that's decorated the class. It's put underscore roles in there. Oh, now wait a second. Right. Yeah, of course. So this was the dot Alice and dot Bob stuff. So let me think. I could initialize it right here. And in fact, making it a string key is gonna make it easier there. So let's just do that. So it's not roles and traits. It's just, what is it? Interview. Let's just call them roles. It's a dictionary. Yeah, exactly. Alice has to come first. Come on. So yes, exactly. Alice initializes to like a title, right? Let's just like role name, role title. I don't know. Role name. Let's just say role name. Role name. And then yeah. Roles sub Alice sub role. Yeah, let's keep it. Okay. So that's it. So this initializes like this in the base class. Let me think. I don't know. I see. By decorating, what it's doing is it's letting it. This might be a bug. Okay, let me keep going. If not, I can make it do. This is exactly the same thing. Actually, I'm not even going to try. I think I'm not even going to try. I feel like that's going to be a bug. I don't want these to be in the base class. And without doing some sort of copy, they're going to be like globally mutated. Right? They're going to, as soon as something changes roles, those roles are not going to be. Yeah, it has to be associated with the class. It has to be this way. Yeah, for sure. Okay. So then if I do a decorator, let me do this, right? I can do a little helper. So call is when it's already, yeah. Something like that. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. So, or let's just say like ensure roles. We could set up Alice and Bob this way, right? Yes. Although I do have a self.name. Yeah, let's not get clever. Yeah. So, okay, so if there's no underscore roles, let's just make it roles, right? And then let's just make it roles. So it's going to be a dictionary. And then my name needs to be in there for sure. Yep. Roles. Those roles with my name is going to have role set to none. Perfect. So now can I do it here, right? If you call, no, it has to be with the class in there, right? So I have to go ensure roles. I think that's gonna work. So then this gets dried up, this gets dried up, this gets dried up. Throwing an exception also. Let's see if my name is not in there. Let's see, ensure roles. No. Throwing the exception properly belongs here. So if the class dot roles, and then what about ensure roles? Interview decorator. It's gonna be Alice.trait. Yeah, let's do underscore. Okay. So if we ensure roles, so when setting it, it must be none, right? Yeah, precisely. Wonderful. Otherwise, underscore roles. Stop it. So this is going to do the same thing. Yeah. So we're not going to need that. We're not going to need any of that. Let's come up to this in just 2 seconds. So what's going to happen here? Ooh, becoming a Python. It's like all this. It's coming back slowly, maybe. Okay. We ensure my roles for that class. Pass it in. Fine. Get my name in there. Fine. So then when we're calling it, basically it can only happen once. So if it's not, now we throw. If it, otherwise we set it and we return the class unwrapped, basically, right? That's the decorator. And then when you call, you pass in that string, it defines that decorator, returns it, love it. So then .trait is easy. It's just a, now wait, that's not going to be a class. Oh no, it's going to be a method, an object method, because this thing's going to be instantiated. Wonderful. So you're going to pass a description. Yes. Why a description and not trait? Oh, because it's going to conflict or something? Okay. So we're going to make a decorator because we've passed in a description. That decorator's going to take a class. It's going to make it fine. And then it's just simply going to append, yes, maybe .strip or something. No, let's not get, I don't want to do that. Okay. That's .trait. Done. So that's how you do that. And so then, what file is this? Decorators? Yes. Wonderful. So then we Alice and Bob decorators. Right, wonderful. So Alice is an agent decorator. Isn't agent? No, it's an interview decorator. Of course it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And Bob is the same. Bob is called Bob. Mm-hmm. So then what is this? Oh, usage. I don't care. Yes. Yeah. Alice is a personal assistant. Mm-hmm. Love it. Alice and Bob. Busy executive. Okay, cool. So that's pretty cool. Let me just see if that works. Why is Alice like this? Why is Alice coming out? Oh, yikes. Okay. Let's not do this, right? This is a function. It takes a behavior. No, no, those are the traits now. And I think they've been captured. So let me get rid of the user. And these are all fields next. Mm-hmm. Whoa. Mm-hmm. No. Yeah, we're gonna improve on this. Yeah, we're gonna improve on this. Okay, so there's Alice and Bob. Let's see what runs now. Oh no. So oh yeah, everything's gonna be, yeah. Off we go. So then what was it? It was in my history. Maybe it's stored. What was that? Run .env run Python tech project gatherer. No. Let's try another one. Oh wait, my Python did that already, I remember. So we're just gonna run Chatfield slash, it was one of the run ones. It was run real. That was it. Cool. So hint is not a thing yet. So let me think. This is really nice. This is gonna keep the data model super simple. There's these roles. You know, they look like this. It's a little bit of shame that it doesn't. I could almost like leave it. Roles. Yeah, totally. Yeah, let me just leave it. The language model can read those comments now, right? So Bob's traits, we don't care. User context, we don't care. We don't care about any of that. Yeah. We just want to see if there's these dot roles. Oh, now. Oh, shoot. If it's an interview class, then they need to be able to define any. Yeah, I'm going to decorate my class. No, I'm wrong. These all have to change back. These all have to change back for sure, because I don't want to, this decorator, it's less important, but I don't want this class to have a field roles, because it might ask that might be a field that they want to gather. So there's no way. Dang. Okay. Roles. Wait, nope. Roles. Yeah. Okay. Roles. Let's do it. Roles. Fine. Yes. Fine. Oh, that was already wrong. Yikes. Okay. Okay, done. And then if I just document it like that, it'll be like that. Okay, so that's done. So now the roles, so the interview roles are captured in terms of one like role like name and 0 or more traits per role, where there are 2 roles defined, Alice and Bob. And Alice is going to be the way the agent behaves, and Bob is going to be the expectation of the counterparty in the conversation, right? In the interview. The interviewee, basically. So this is perfect. Now, so that's Alice and Bob, but I want to, like, these hints, I kind of want to get rid of all these must. Let me do it. hint, reject, and must. Boom. So now it's not going to import. Okay, cannot import hint. So I kind of want to steal these types like this type decorator. Let's see what it does now that I'm pretty fresh on all this. So it takes a name and a description. It seems like it should be optional. Keyword args. Oh yeah, they all have descriptions. So I definitely remember what I want to do. I want to be able to say, let's just put it in decorators. Yeah. Oh, you know, it might even be nice. No, I'll make the LLM do it. Move this to a. So these are the interview decorators. Actually, let's keep going down here, right? So let's make a new class for a field decorator, right? Yeah. Okay. So field decorator is gonna be. Is it gonna be callable? Let's think of some field decorators, right? Type decorator. I don't know if that's right. Right. Okay. So what it's doing is, what's it doing? So it's being asked to decorate a function. You initialize and you pass in a name and a description, and then it's underscore Chatfield transformations. It's a transformation. Okay. And then as int is gonna be a decorator that decorates your method, your field. Is this working? Wait, as int. Yeah, that's my method. That's my like field name, my method for sure. Oh, interesting. And so it creates a decorator hot like every time. Okay. And then runs it through. Neat. And so that decorator has a interesting. That decorator has a oh yeah. This might be what I want. All I want to do is just store it all, right? As int. Right? Um Let me think. Yeah, for sure. I get it. So when it makes a type decorator and then it's going to apply and it's going to run that function through, right? And so then when it calls, it runs that function through. It's going to check if there's any transformation defined and so check for duplicate if my name. Nice. So you can't put as int twice. I'm not sure I like that though, right? Because aren't there other ones as percent, as list? Maybe there's another one as set, as dict. These are all awesome though. As choice. This is going to be awesome. I'm going to make the LLM move them all over. As choose one, as choose many, as date. I'm just going to fix the data model. It totally did a totally insane data model. I think. I'm pretty sure it did a just wrong data model. Behind all this is absolutely bad. I think, and if I'm wrong, my punishment's going to be I'm going to have to rewrite by hand all the stuff that it implemented anyway. That's going to be my punishment. But I don't think I'm wrong yet. Okay, so as duration. So the thing is, what if I look at my, where's all my like, where's all those tests and stuff? The as tests, all those fun field proxy? No, not that it's a string. Fields? As int, as float. Yeah. I know exactly what I want. I know exactly what I want. Next. For a like method, for a method definition, suppose like, what is it, class, what is it, poem of the day, today's poem. poem of the day, right? Interview. What do I want to know? So maybe we have, right, dev author, right? The author. How about pass, right? And then text, content, right? Oh, the text of the poem, right? So, and then what if I do like at, so as int, it was as int a good example. Let's actually do as int, right? So how about page number then? Page number, what am I trying to say? Arabic? No, Roman. Right. Current, the poem's page number in Roman numerals, right? Right. Boom. So if the poem's page number in Roman numerals is a field, then I want as int, right? And then what else? But then, right, let me think. So then I would also want something else. I would say as int, and I pass in a string, right? I'm pretty sure that you just put an if statement for that parameter that's passed in, and you're done. It's not bad. The point is the user, the downstream developer could improve the prompt. For example, why would I really need to improve the way it converts to an int? Oh, I know. Like the perfect. The page count, the expected the what is it? Total number of pages. Right, page number. So what am I trying to say? Def page count, right? Something like that. Count of the number of pages. Number of pages. That's right, something like that. That's fine. So the point then is as int would be, let's see, page count. Yeah. The total number of pages. No, so this would be as int, except it could also be if like -1 if unknown, right? Like that should be enough. -1 if unknown. That should be enough, right? Page number Roman. -1 if unknown. Yeah, let's just consolidate these. That's silly, right? So, or no, I want them both. You would never have two together. Yeah, totally. So that's fine. And ultimately, right, let's be the library user. You know, poem dot page number Roman. Yeah. You know what? XIV, is that 14? Page Roman dot as int returns, was that 14, is it? I believe it is. Count dot as int. I'm almost certain it's just going to tell me I need to Oh my God, I got another point. Got another point. Uh, I, I'm. It's just gonna tell me. Let's just read it. This is cool. This is awesome. These things are awesome. If you're rusty in a language, these things are awesome. Mm. Yeah, here's the transformations. Mm-hmm. That's not so bad. It's field value, but field descriptor, right? Hold on. Yeah, as int equals none. Is that right? Is that gonna work? As int, as int. No kidding? Roman to int. No, I don't want that. Int transform, no. Wait, so that's just a function. Why is it not a class? Now I do have a class descriptor that manages field access. I think I already wrote all this, right? So then what's this as int equals none? That's it? So I just decorate. What is this? The function name, the docstream. Func dot underscore transformations. Right. Correct. As int transform. That's like some function. Yeah, we don't need that. And then the hint. Yeah, and the hint is none. Wonderful. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Let's go code that up. What is that? Let me think. It's just adding a bunch of transforms and it's just listing the name and then this, well, where was that? It's listing the name. I don't think the actual converter is relevant. So it's just appending to the transformations. There is something called as int and there's a none, a null, or like string hint about it. That's awesome. That's perfect. I think this code is kind of did something similar in here. Let me go read it. Test dialog field initialization. What? Wait, tests. No, no, hold on. In the types. Yeah, let's go read it now again. The type decorator. Yeah, the transformations. Yeah. Okay, cool. So same thing. So when you call it, although it's doing it a little different, there's a description here. No, I don't think I like this. I think I like the one Claude Web just told me. I think. This thing stores a description. I don't think we need that. And then you call it. Okay, cool. But this is definitely, so then it's dictionary. I guess that's okay. You would never stack these things as int, as float. Oh. I know how you might stack them. The only ones you would stack would be these uh so as choice. No, right? Actually, as choice, this is wrong. As choice needs to be one of these namespaced ones. Uh-huh. Because choose one. It might be like top choice, worst choice. Things like that, right? All 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 freshmen as a choice versus all upperclassmen, right? These would all be valid like sets and subsets and stuff to query out. So this is definitely wrong. Okay. As choose one, that's pretty cool. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's definitely wrong. These are definitely wrong. As date is cool. Oh, so this one does let it pass in, and then where's that? That format? Here it is. Parse as a date. Uh-huh. So what they do is, yeah, these all have callables, right? As choice, as dict. Right. Okay. So what am I going to move over or what am I going to make work? So there's my interview class. Okay, let's get back to like practical, what's working. There's no hint yet, right? Okay, good. So in my system, there's hints. And so a is a hint, a transformation is a hint, a special thing. A hint is different from a must and a reject. Oh, and in fact, though, I was thinking of, yeah, I want to use the same pattern. There can be 0 or more hints, 0 or more musts, 0 or more rejects. So I want to make it one of these little classes. I want to do the same thing. So for this, what is this? The base class? The decorators? Yeah, I see. So it won't be just a field decorator. It'll be a, what will it be? At hint, at must, and at reject. What am I going to call those? What am I going to call these? What's the category of all these at must, at reject, at hint? Are there any more? Hint, reject, and must. Oh no, that's like all of them. And of course there's these types. Are there any types that don't go as something? As int, as float, as choose many. I think they're literally all build transformation prompt. Nope. I think they're literally all as, okay, fine. Good. So are these like constraints? Is extra info? Are they hints? Should I ask an LLM? Yeah, the LLM was pretty fast. Let me stop worrying about that. And what is it? Reject. Like category. Let's see if it just answers me. Drink coffee. Criteria. It's kind of neat. Constraints. It's not constraints though. Constraints. Rules. Yeah. Criteria. Let's see what it says. Oh my god, I'm absolutely right. I get a point. Specs. That's kind of cool. Specs is short. That's kind of cool. I like specs. Or spec. Spec. I like spec. Spec is awesome. So these are the specs. Yeah, for a field. Great. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. So these are specs. So now we're going to have a field. We're going to have a, what are we going to have? We're going to have a field specification decorator. Let me make it rewrite the whole thing. So the way it's going to work, actually, I'm just going to do this again. Stop it, stop it. So we're going to do, what is it? Hint equals field spec. We're going to call it hint. Reject and must are going to be the same, totally. So these are all the same type of thing, right? And let's see. what it does. Yeah. Wonderful. Decorator for specifying information about fields. Right. Whatever. Okay. So when you initialize it, when I initialize it, I pass in a little ID here. And then they're just going to accumulate. I think I'm kind of writing code, but this is fine. So get that out of there. So when you call it in with all three of these must have a description. It's going to make a decorator for your function. Here goes the specs. So I think I know. And then what? So where does it? Oh, this is for the class, so that's okay. Yeah. So this is where it got into trouble last time. This is part of the janky bad code right here. Every time I ask for something, it gets its own little namespace. It's no good. So it's my field, right? They make a method. That function is a method of like my class. Yeah, I can go crazy on that. So let's just call it underscore Chatfield for sure, first of all. That's how this all starts. So if there's no Chatfield, if there's no underscore Chatfield, then let's just make it happen. Okay. And then what do I want to do? I just want to accumulate the specs in there. So let's just do exactly the same thing. If not, what is it? Not has attribute. It's going to be, what is it? Func dot underscore chat field dot. No, it's going to be get, right? What is it going to be? We're looking for, oh, I could like populate it into here. Is there anything else? Yeah, let me put in a little namespace. So I'll say spec. I'll say spec. Yeah, exactly. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Perfect. Did I end up turning my sound on and stuff? Yeah, sound is on. Good. So if it doesn't have it, we're going to give it this dictionary. This dictionary is going to store our specs. Then, let's see. Specs accumulate. So we'll just do it by name here, huh? I could do... No. Let's not do that. Specs accumulate. So... yeah, let's just do it. So then what do we have? We have func.underscore chatfield sub specs. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Sub self.name. Right. It was given a name. Yes, totally. I know. Let's do this. If not, let's just do that. So that's going to populate. Oh, I need to get it. Or I need to say, or I could do this. Not in. So yeah, fine. So then I need to like initialize myself, right? Chatfield. Yes, do it. Stop it. Thank you. Yes, perfect. Correct. Or like a get default or whatever. So then what happens next? We accumulate onto it, right? Yeah, we accumulate onto this description here. Yes, exactly. And then, so this is all like initialization. We append ourselves in. We return a function. Whoops, that's not going to work. Underscore chat field sub specs sub my name dot append. Yeah. So you can have 0 or more hints, 0 or more must, 0 or more rejects, and they're all just accumulated into this little dictionary hanging off the hanging off the, so that's going to let hint, must, and reject import back in. Hey, wait a second. Init. Okay, maybe it's pulling wrong now. Let's go find that. Ah, from dot decorators. No, that's good now. Dot decorators has been purged, has been exercised. Hint, must, reject. There's no user and there's agent. Let's do this. Yeah, exactly. It's Alice and Bob like that. That's the point. All right. Come on, Schwartz. Cannot interviewer. Okay. No, I did not. So I do want the interviewer. It's in the file, wrong file name, but that's okay. Let's fix it. Let's fix it. Ooh, I've modified it already. That's fine. Oh, if it complains, then I'm gonna. Was that? Yay. Done. Cool. So then who was doing that wrong? This one, yes. Interviewer. Fine. Done. Easy. So now the interviewer. I don't want to get into this. This is the LangGraph stuff. I'm happy with my decorators. Let's run some code. Cool. Good. Wonderful. So the init is crashing. So now so where was that? All right. So when I initialize myself, I know what I want to do. I want to just print out my own data model real quick. This is annoying. So let's do that. So when we initialize, is there a get meta? I feel like there's no get meta because it's all been defined, right? All those decorators have applied, have run. The class is defined. So let me think. So then I'm gonna just assume that's true. So all this meta stuff. So let's just do this, right? Let's just print, right? Yeah. Initialize. Self.class.name, whatever. And I just want to print self dot. Is it string? Yeah, let's do string. Let's do that. Or let's do this string self. Let's try that. So is it initialize? Raise exception. Whoops. Wait, where's my XXX? Oh no, am I editing the wrong file? I am interviewer versus evaluator. Wait, no, where am I? Decorators, yeah. Fine, happy. Where is it crashing? Baseline 87. Okay. Ooh, and get attribute. Oh, nice. Let's let it fly, huh? Wait, not this meta object. Object.get attribute. Why? Yikes. Let's actually do this. Yes, exactly. Yeah, self dot name. Yep. Let's let that crash. Whoa, maximum recursion. Uh-oh. Fine. Who cares? Okay. Underscore class. And it threw over in line 32. Or line 32 triggered it. Okay. Just because I'm running self. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. So the way this thing is working, check if it's a known field. Let's just do this for a second, right? let's just return. Let's just make it transparent. Ooh, let's log it real quick. Oops. What am I thinking? Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. We'll do that, and we'll return it. Wonderful. Uh-huh. Cannot import dialog from Chatfield base. Wonderful. Base.py is importing in a dialog object. I love it. Why? What are you doing? Serialization line 9. Nice. What's going on in serialization? I kind of don't care, but it should be fast to fix. Yes, yes. That is called an interview now. Boop. Yep, done, done. Whoops. Yes. Whoa, what? I don't know what that was. Okay, cool. Serialization. Wonderful. User request has no attribute meta. Awesome. Okay, good. This is like moving real far along. I actually want to throw an exception. So when this thing initializes, where is that? Initialize user request. I want it to make itself way more useful. Do I have the string property? There's repr. Let's do the string right here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So let's do this, right? Show the entire, what is it? Show as JSON as, hold on. Oops. Let me just import JSON real quick. I'm thinking I'm gonna want to, wait, am I gonna want JSON in a second? Yeah, let's do JSON. Show as indented JSON, the, what am I gonna say? What is that? The class, any, what is it? Dot underscore agents. Was that what it did? Underscore agents. Nope. What in the heck did it do? No, because it wasn't agents. What was it? Oh, it was in my decorators. Yes, it was. Interview decorator. Underscore roles. Of course it was. Of course it was. So where are we? Any class dot roles. Or actually, let me think. Let me keep thinking. And then for all fields. Yeah. Yeah. Underscore roles. Let's try that. Is any class roles or no, right? And then for each field, have it be, yeah, have it be a key to an object. No, exactly. And then what's that object going to be? It's going to be all of the, for the moment, it's going to be all of the specs. Yes. Funyuns. Okay. So it's going to be all the specs. Right in the decorators, I made a field specification decorator. It's going to be all of, oh, underscore Chatfield. Oh, cool. So it'll just be the, yes, underscore Chatfield. Yeah. And it could be none, or can it be an empty object? Let's make it an empty object. I feel like that'll serialize. Whoops. I feel like that'll serialize a little. It'll be a little easier to read. Yeah. Or none. I don't know if I'm overthinking. Okay, let's keep going though. So where was that? Where was I? base, no. Yeah, for each field, a key, if it has a chat field, a key. Mapping to, if no underscore chat field, right? For each field, which is, that's the point. If no chat field for them, no. Otherwise, the value of that chat field dictionary. That's it. That's it. So please do that. All right. Get attribute roles self underscore roles or none. Any class dot roles or none. Yes. Hold on. Let's just not have a string just yet. Right. And then there's fields. Yeah. So then for all the fields, roles and fields, or underscore roles. Yeah, it's going to be roles and fields. It's going to be like this. Return JSON. Yes, exactly. Like roles, fields. It's going to be like that. Yeah. It's totally going to be that for a second. So roles is done. Next, we just need fields. Fields is also ready. So no. How do I loop through all of my... We could actually start here. Let's see what that looks like. Unhashable type dict. What? Wait a second. Am I doing syntax error? I'm not doing a syntax error. Oh, I am. I was. Okay. Wonderful. So here's the entire like definition of my interview. Alice has a role. Alice has traits, 0 more traits. Bob has a role. That role could have been none, I believe. If I just go and change my code and say that Bob is, yeah, like Alice is not an expert technology assistant, should be fine. What that means is role is null. Yes. And traits keep coming. Wonderful. This is Bob. So then here's the fields. So then for the fields to work, and I don't know if this is working or not. I think this is working because I have to have, this is the key thing. Let's keep going. So for the fields to work, how do I loop over all methods of this class? That's the point. For attribute name, what, are you kidding me? Is that the proper way to do that? Okay. If it's callable? No, not that. Okay. Yeah, let's try that. So let's loop over. That's fine. We get it. I see. So we pull it out of we pull it. Then if it's callable, I think we don't want that. We don't want it. We don't want that. If it has chat field, it's a field we care about. That's incorrect. It's, what is it going to be? It's get attribute. It's going to be, so like value, field sub attribute name, right? Chat field equals, exactly. And then we just populate the fields with that. That's the point. So it might be none. So if it's callable, we're gonna get, okay, let's see if that worked. Ooh, looks, ooh, whoa. Oh no. Okay, well these all start with underscore, so that's something I could easily fix. If, like, wait, for attribute name, yeah, if, like, exactly. If it starts with underscore, totally. Let's just continue, right? Yeah, exactly. Let's try that. See how much better that does. Okay, get attribute, get attribute. So there's my roles. There's Alice and Bob. Here's the fields. There's a budget. These are the specs. It has a couple of musts associated with it. I like this. The other one had all this like expected value in there. It was insane. This is cool. Now specs is a dictionary and budget maps. I could get rid of that and that could just be the specs. So then there's a bunch of musts. There's a must key that would map to a list, and that list would have all this stuff, but then how would transformers apply? Transformations. Oh yeah, let's ask it. Directives, specs. I like specs. Transformations. Give me. Colloquial. Short words, easy to remember. Developer friendly words, etc. Whatever. Oh, casts. That's cool. Casts. That's kind of neat. As int. So they're all called casts. Coerce. Yeah. Schemas. Becomes. I like casts. That's kind of cool. You're casting it as. Yeah, I like it too. Casts. So if the specs is these things that just sort of accumulate little lists, right? And then casts are different. There's only one of them. Yeah. Casts is a dictionary. That's definitely how it's going to work. Casts is a dictionary. Yeah. And they're all going to map on there. And let's go back because I think to some extent I'm doing this, but it's going to be like this. It's going to be pretty close to this. Let me think. Okay. So awesome. So because it's for the field again, let me get it. Where was that? The decorator? Yeah, a field specification. So let me think. Yeah, it initializes it to an empty array. Let's do this. I'm going to make this code a little bit. So if there's no Chatfield, just give me a dictionary. Then, what is that? Func.chatfield. Wait, no. If, let's just try this, right? Specs not in that. Yes. We put it in. Yes, thank you. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, so we build it up. So then the other code can kind of steal that. That's fine. So if there's no Chatfield, then we make a little space. If there's no space for specs, then we make space for specs. And then if the spec, what is that? Self.name not in Chatfield specs. Then we add, then we start accumulating. Right, so there will never actually be an empty list, I think. Right, because the first list, it adds it in. Wonderful. So let's just take the same thing. Oh, it kind of feels nice to just copy and paste, and everything's like super, super locked in, even though I'm like kind of accumulating a different category of bugs now. But anyway, so instead of this information about fields, this is like what casts, recastings or transforming of valid field values. Yeah, exactly. So, oops. Let me move this down below. I want to put that down below. Hint. Okay. No, I want to put it here. Okay. So then, oh, actually, yeah, let me do this. Let me just move some stuff. Oop. Let's just put them all here. Like that. Now. And then what is this? Cast, yeah. So this is a field cast decorator. And the way field casting works is, let me go get a couple. Oh, let's pull up the test suite. I think the test suite does test a ton of them. What was that called? Dialog fields, dialog class, decorators, huh? Yeah. Valid field. What's going on here? No doc string. Oh, it's not the decorators. It was those types. What was that? Oh. Wait, transmission proxy? No, it wasn't the proxy. This was all the string stuff, wasn't it? Yeah, whoa. This is kind of it. But hold on, where is the other better decorators? As underscore. Hold on. Oh, where am I gonna find that? I know what I'm gonna do. As underscore in, what is that? Chatfield / tests. Yep. -r. Test dialog fields. It's got to be test dialog fields. Thank you. Boom. Looking for underscore. Looking for as stuff. As. There it is. There it is. There's the transformations. Should have access transformations. .age, .as int, .as float. Yeah, totally. And then I want to be able to pass rules in. Yeah. Let's actually do it in mine. Project budget. Let's do this at as int. Let's just test both of them because I kind of want to get it working. So let's just do this real quick. Right, number of users. Estimated number of users. Yeah. Right, whatever. So that's as int. So let's import that. Interview. Hints. Must and reject. Alice and Bob. Yeah. Okay, whatever. What do I want? As int. Let's do that. Yeah. Okay. So that's fine. And then this can be as int. Or -1. Yeah. If unlimited budget. That's the point. So both of those should work. What does it do? Whoops. What does it do? Okay, good. So let's go make as int work. I'm not sure if this is helpful. For my own knowledge, this is, I think I have to put in this time to kind of, I don't know if I'm just moving text around the same way it does it or tidying it up. I think I am. All this Chatfield hint, must rules, reject rules. We're just going to build up little dictionaries. So now what? Over in the decorators, I need to implement, so this is a field cast decorator. So we're going to do the same thing, right? A spec. No. A spec can be, wait, types, parse, cast. Yeah, cast is good. So let me read the code. It wrote me some code, I think. Here we go. Whoa. Property as in. No, I don't think so. Poem of the day. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. So I can pass. Wait, interview meta? Whoa, meta class? What is that? Is that a thing? Meta class. Or is that just a keyword argument? Interview. Meta. Whoa. Is that a thing or is it just a keyword argument? Instances are themselves classes. A class whose instances are themselves. Oh, I see. It's a class. Yeah. All right. I can make a meta class. Classes are also objects. Yes, of course. Yeah, okay. A meta class is a class whose instances are classes. That's cool. Yikes. So why is this so important? Interview meta. Let's see if I can get away with not doing that, huh? Simulate gathering. Transformations during the new step. Nah. I don't want that. Let's not do that just yet. So then how do we get this? Yeah, totally. Page number Roman. Page count. Yeah, totally. Page number Roman. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I want. I want all this. This is awesome. As int, as int. So where does as int get defined? Roman to int. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Yes. So in here, it's just a, it's not even a class, right? It needs to be though, because I need to define these. Yeah, yeah, I know exactly what I want to do. Let's go back. Boom. Whoa. Just gonna let that stay there. Right. So then as int equals, and then the default value, right? I would pass in the default value. Yes, that's exactly what these types did. As int, convert to integer, right? Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Right. Oh. And should I say as int? Yes, I definitely have to. This is exactly right. Uh-huh. So that's as int. And then what? As float. This percent. So then the default values set in my own code, but a user can, so the library user can easily use that default value. via, right, so just as int def some field, right, yes, but they can override that with their own prompt, boom, as int, what, the project budget multiplied by negative 100 cents, right? Yeah. Budget, right? All right, let's let that chew on that. I think that's very simple. I think that's very simple. I want a factory pattern. Yeah. To make these decorators. So what is this transform func? Is that the name? Nope. Oh, is the transform func? Okay, cool. So I'm going to steal this fieldcast decorator. I'm going to steal this init, but I don't think I want that transport func. Where is that? Where did my decorators go? So here's a fieldcast decorator. This is the init that they wrote. So name default prompt. Yes. I guess the name can be a string and the default prompt can be a string. Yeah. And then I don't think I want to transform function self.name. So default prompt. Or what about just prompt, right? Yes. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah. Prompt. Wonderful. So that's the name. So then when they call, hopefully this works, right? The description is a string. We make a decorator. Yes, perfect. So if there's no Chatfield, we give it. It's not specs anymore. It's cast, right? Then it's cast. Then cast gets a dictionary, and then I think like as int. The other insane thing would be what I want to do like this. Dot negative, you know, right. The budget times -1, right? And then, so blue dot budget dot as int, blue dot budget dot as int dot negative. No, I think I got to start writing proxy objects around. No, good. So that's not going to happen. There was some other like namespacey. Yes. It was that dot match. So I got to fix that pretty soon too, but this is fine. So Chatfield, there's going to be the casts. So if my name, which might be like, it's really ID, but that's fine. If my name is not in the casts, yes, as int is only allowed once. In fact, we need to do like this, right? If it is in the casts, then we need a raise. Yes, I think that's fine. I think that's correct. Then what? We populate it with the prompt, right? The only thing is, how do I know it's an integer type? I think I might need... Yeah, I think I need to pass in the bait, like the, what am I trying to say? Like the primitive type. If I do as int, right, I think I have to pass the primitive type. Do I do its second parameter? Or do I do it first parameter? int, int, as int. Hold on, let's look at both. Int, as int, versus as int, int. Which one do I want to read more? I think I like the first one. Okay, cool. No, I like the second one. Yeah, I like a little separation for the type. Okay, cool. So that's set in stone for sure. Uh-huh. Like base type, right? Primitive type. It's gonna be a type, right? Right. It's gonna be an... No, it's gonna be a... Is it gonna be a type bear? Let's see. Let me like... Yeah. No. Parameters, right? Right. Name. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Int float. What else? Or no. Yeah. Int float. List. Something like that. And then is there anything else? Prompt. No, it's not an optional prompt. It's the default prompt. Yeah, yep. Okay. Does that help? Yes, it does. Ooh. Now wait, why is it type T? Whoa. Okay. We'll do that. And where's type? Type is not... There we go. I think that's in there now. Okay. The prompt must be passed. The primitive type. Yes. Yes. Guess. Okay, whatever. Name prompt primitive type. Yes. Wonderful. Okay. So now with the primitive type captured, because the reason is this is almost certainly going to need to get stuck into this is going to need to get sent to the like instructor or whatever. It's going to have to go in here because we're going to have to extract it out. We're going to have to make the language model give me this primitive type. Cool. I'm not going to do it. So by tracking that primitive type, so hopefully I can track I think this is fine. Let's just test that. So then the decorator. Now this isn't going to JSON stringify. That's okay. Maybe I can just like convert it to a string for a second here. Let's just see. So then, yeah, if so the cast is gonna have one, yeah. Get that out of there. Get that out of there. If the name is in there, yeah. So otherwise we go yes, yes, exactly. Self.name, that's my ID, yes. Exactly, the primitive type. Wait, we don't have a description. What's that description? Oh, call, no. This was, nope. So this is the user's override prompt, right? Override prompt. It's optional. Let's see, where do I have optional? Am I using? Yeah, optional. Here we are. Yeah, here we are. Let's just go get that syntax. Where is that? Typing, import optional. So, what did I want? Oops, let's do an audio check. Here we are. Wonderful. Let me click my camera off, just kind of relax a little. All right, so nope, it's not the description, it's the override prompt. Yep. I think that's what I want. Is that how that works? So it's not the description. Right, exactly. It's override prompt or, yeah, exactly. Or self.prompt. That's exactly right. When you call it, it's gonna stick in there. Do I want to update my prompt? Nah. Let's keep going. Good. So that's the cast. That's the cast data. It's gonna say what primitive. Now that primitive type's not JSON serializable, so I might hit a little quick error here. Cannot import as int from Chatfield. So as int is my decorator here now. Recast. Oh, but that's a bad prompt. There was a really good prompt over in the, let me close some things. There was a really good prompt over, whoa, let's save Socrates, I guess. There was some good prompts. Yeah, exactly, this thing. That was awesome. It was super good. Very smart. Where was I? Decorators. Yeah, exactly. So do I want to say convert? Let me not. Integer. Handle words like, yeah, let's do that. Let's make it descriptive because the prompt can improve that, right? Handle words like 5. Oh yeah. Integer. Handle words like 5 and stuff. Perfect. That's as int. Nice. Socrates meta. Okay, I messed something up in that Socrates file. Let's get back there. What did I do? What did I do? Show me what I did. What did I do? Whoa. I wiped out the meta object. Yeah, that meta object's stupid. I don't want to think about meta objects. There's too many stupid abstract concepts flying around. Now we're talking about meta. I don't like it. It's way too abstract. I never understood it. I don't like it. I stand by my deletions. So what's going wrong here? Line 95? Well, I click myself on. Let me keep going by hand. I don't know. I'm in a by hand mood. Shoot. Whew. Don't want it. Don't want it. Oh man, let me do this. Stop it. Undo. Redo. Let me just set this to none and see if it makes stuff throw for like a none exception or whatever. I just want the code to run, right? Socrates meta is not right yet. I don't want this Socrates meta stuff. I mean, who's running process from Socrates import? Def? I mean, let's just start. Can I like not import this What in the heck is this? Socrates instance after completing a Socratic dialogue conversation. I don't know. Let's go read the init and see if I can just not. Oh yeah, I'm not importing it in the init. Who's importing it? Init is importing interview object. That's fine. That's the base class. And then the base class is pulling it in. Okay, let me go read that then. That's fine. So, Socrates. I want to comment out this whole thing. I'm sick of this whole thing. Socrates meta, right? There you go. Metadata cache. Gone. Love it. Love it. No more metadata cache. I barely even understand this code base and we got metadata caches. No, no, no. No. So that's commented. That's been commented. Wonderful. What else is there? Socrates instance. Whatever. I'm just going to run the code. I think it might work. Wonderful. Okay. From Chatfield import as int. Okay. So then is as int. It's in the decorators, right? Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, let's do it. Let's just do it. Oh, there you go. I see what it did. That's kind of nicer. I'm definitely going to need that in a second here. Well, we're done. Done. Come on, Schwartz. Nice. Good. That's exactly what I predicted. I think object of type. Yeah. It's the type. It's the type. It's the int that I passed in or whatever. Totally. Let me just maybe stop logging that get attribute. Where was that? That was in the base class, maybe? Yay, I'm learning the code base. So let's just not log that real quick. Yeah. Just to clean it up. Wonderful. All right. So what am I going to do? I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm working from the data model out now. I've done so much like API. We're going data model out. So let's just make it. And the point of a data model is the most important thing about a data model basically usually is that humans can think about it. That's the point. So to make it simple, we're just going to stringify this type object or whatever, this type value in the like metadata. I know I just said yes, and it's just gonna come out. So let's see what comes out. So this is my serialization of a user request. Oh, I actually can already think. It's already missing its own name, right? And its docstring is missing. So the roles are Alice with these traits, Bob with these traits. Yes. The fields are budget, and budget has certain specs and certain casts. The specs are these musts. The casts are, oh God, this is so nice. This is, oh my God. Yeah. This is so much nicer. I'm totally following. Oh man, I'm totally following. Phew, I was not following. It was nice to see the test suite passing. Whew, man, I don't know if this thing can doc ops a whole site. I don't know. It's like building the Eiffel Tower and we're using like chopsticks, we're using bamboo. We're not using steel. I don't know, but we're gonna assume the answer is yes and we're gonna proceed. So what are we gonna do? So first of all, that's a little ugly. I guess I wanna do, is it like this? Underscore underscore name maybe? Does that work? Does that return a string? Yes, it does. Okay. Fine. And oh, you know what I could do? I could do a cheeky little check for that type. I'm not super into like being strict, but whatever. Let me think. So this primitive type, yeah. We could do like this. If primitive, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Let's say it like this, right? String. Yeah. What about, yeah, let's just leave that. Yep, exactly. Let's leave complex compound types not implemented. Let's just start here. This is kind of cool. String is pretty flexible. So we're gonna raise. Yeah. Yep. Thank you so much. Ooh, I know what I'll do. Okay types. Okay. Primitive types. JavaScript. There's this little quirk and it's a little dangerous to do like this. Yeah. Dot for each. Slightly dangerous to start a like a line of code to start an expression, I guess, or a statement with a open with an open symbol. Open square bracket, open parentheses, open curly bracket, all of that. Because of semicolon insertion, because in it's possible that the line of code above is like a subscriptable or whatever, if I recall correctly. And so you might want to do like this. You might want to start your code with a semicolon. That's totally fine. Do I want to pull up my old semicolon joke? No, I don't. So, however, what I thought, like kind of taking the lessons from Python and all of that, is if you have to iterate, do not iterate, never iterate over an anonymous list. If it's worth iterating over, it's worth naming it, right? Just give it a variable name, give it a name. So that's my philosophy. Never iterate over an anonymous list. So let's just give them a name, right? Boom, there they are. So then that way, and then what's so awesome, let me just make it rewrite it. Yeah, it's totally we're gonna rewrite it. So then I can cite them here, right? Bad, let's just say bad primitive type forecast. Bad primitive type, let's just say bad primitive type, because I just want the lines of code to fit on my screen. Let's do this, primitive type dot underscore name. No. Let's go bang R. Must. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Don't punctuate. Thank you. So that's the value error. Wonderful. So I think that's fine. We can assign and then check. That's perfectly fine. So int float string is allowed. Anything else? What are all the JSON types? Am I just missing something? Yeah. Elements. Where is number, integer? Fraction is fine. What is this? Value? It's value. Here we go. Here we go. Object, nope. Array, nope. Oh yeah, Boolean and null. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. For sure. For sure. Is that right? Bool. And what is it called? Is it called none type? None type? Is that what? Hold on a second. Type of none. None type. Well, let me guess. Is it in types? Typing? N element M N A new no return not required. Ah, I missed it. I guessed wrong. Where do you get none type? Let me just ask. It'll be faster. Where do you get none type? How do I pull it up though? I know I can do type of none. There is one is of none type. Yeah, how to check none type exactly. If it's none, is none. No. They're gonna pass it in, right? Hold on, let me think. They're gonna pass it in. So wait, let me go back to my, was that the decorators? Has to be the decorators. Yeah. So I love my primitive types that are allowed. The point is none type Boolean as none? No, as none is stupid. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's stupid. I can implement it, but that's dumb. Okay. What else from JSON that I'm getting totally obsessed with? And then, so Boolean I got. Yeah, Boolean I got. Well, that's cool. It made me try something stupid, and it made me add something helpful. Boolean. Wonderful. As Boolean, that's going to be awesome. Yeah, right? As Boolean, right? As Bool. Come on, I want to do as Bool. That'll be fun. Hey, what happened? Yeah. Boolean. Handle. True, false, yes, no, 1, 0, etc., right? Handle true, false, yes, no. Or, like, use your judgment, right? Or use your, something like that, right? I may reuse that prompt a bunch. Boolean, integer. Yeah, let's keep going. That's fun, as bool. Can I use as bool? What's an as bool that I want to use as bool? I'm excited. I'm my own power user. I'm my own favorite user. Wait, where'd my dang code go? Where'd my code go? Did I close it? Come here, code. Where was that? Close the tests. Yeah, here. Bool. Whoops, that scope is like that. Bool. Number of users. Amount of money. Yeah, I could throw it on here. I don't want to move it around just to have fun. Current status. What assets do you have to work with, or what have you already built, if any? I can change this. This is nonsense. This is not really useful. Scope of work. Oh yeah. This was the idea was to actually. So let's product owner. Let's actually make Alice expert technology. Expert technology, like consultant. Yeah, I'll go there. I think it doesn't matter whether consultants are good. It matters whether LLMs say they're good, right? And they do. So cool. So Alice will be this consultant. So then what assets? I don't know, we comment it out or something. I don't like it. And then what do I want instead? That was a pain in the neck. What do I want instead? What assets do you have to work with? Or what have you already built? Something that'll be Boolean, right? I just want to go as bool, right? Like ready, excited, Yeah, excited. Enthusiasm. Yes, exactly. What is your what is your right? Oh no, it's not supposed to be questions though, right? It's supposed to describe the data. Ooh, you know what? I want to throw a quick note like into the test suite or just into the README before I forget. I just thought of an interesting idea. Is this my crazy README inside my crazy project inside my other crazy project? Yes, I think it is. So, um, maybe like in dev mode or in tracing mode or something, like use the LLM to warn the developer, or like maybe there's a like some sort of test mode or some sort of like, what am I trying to say? Check, like a check operation or a check command. Let me just say command to use the LLM to warn the developer, to like warn or to advise or warn the developer of better like prompts. For example, maybe something more brief, maybe. Um, yeah, maybe something more brief, like with like identical information content. Right. And then what else? There was another concrete example I was just thinking of. So when you like run a check or whatever, or in tracing mode, what am I thinking here? Like when I do? Oh, I remember. Like it's like the wrong part, like wrong like part of speech or phrasing. Example, like it's phrased as a prompt, right? Like fields. This is a big one. I feel my own like sloppiness making this bug. Fields doc strings is a prompt question rather than describing the field, right? So like, what is it? Yeah, excitement, right? Excitement, happiness, right? What is your happiness level, right? That. Ooh. Whoa, was it doing something? Fine, right? Yeah, maybe like should be like your level of happiness, right? Ooh, user's level of happiness. Right. Let's just say your. Right. Okay. Maybe consistent capitalization. Like like project is always lowercase. Lowercase. Never punctuate. And never end punctuate. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Don't care. As long as it's captured. Okay. So now what? I think there was some other one. Yeah, the doc string. That's my big. That's the big bug I keep making, and I have a. I don't know. Ever since I saw these things behave probabilistically And then the data scientists are such, it's so, their terminology is so insane. They said, yeah, you want to change the like randomness, just change the temperature. The high temperature means it's random, it's more random or whatever. Temperature, like it's some sort of thermonuclear bomb. No, it's scary. It's random, and you can tune the randomness, and I don't like it. So my gut feeling is sort of every little bit helps in terms of prompting it, making it good. Like get the prompting tidy, sort of in the same way that like if you're gonna write assembler in your like C program or C++ program, you better write good assembler. You better um, get the dividends out of that massive time and probably operational headache. And this is how to accomplish that. Ooh. Oh, people are chatting with me. What time is that? 12:26. Oh gosh, half an hour ago somebody asked me if I tried ChatGPT 5. Um, the answer is no, but I have the API key here, so I plan to. In fact, let's put that in my to do. Where do I want to put that? Let me put that in this one. Test with chat with GPT-5 in the API. OpenAI, right? Okay. The answer is yes. I will do that. Pips. Someone said hi. Hello. I'm really documenting my work here. I'm not really trying to entertain or um the last time I wrote open source software, you couldn't just tell Google to record it all for you. So I'm just making Google record literally every keystroke of this. But I welcome the community. I love it. It's open sourcey. So we're testing with GPT-5. Uh, shoot, can I do it now? Can I do it now? Let's see. Let me see if I can pull up. So I guess I'm going to need two things. I need to make sure I can do it on the API platform. And also I need to make sure that like there's a connection string or something like that in that LangGraph. And then we can jump to GPT-5 right now. Oh, look, boom. Okay. Uh, can I just choose a model? Models. Here we go. GPT-5. Let's do it. This is awesome. Let's definitely do it. I got to remember to maybe turn it off if it gets expensive, but Claude Code was pretty expensive. So let's definitely do it. So next I need to learn, is there like a connection string or something? Where was that when I ran? Let me see. OpenAI. Let me see if I can find it in my code base. Agent.py. Yeah, that's going to be it. Oh, that's a different code base. Claude.md. Where am I? No, 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 no. What is this? No, no, no. Pi project. Wait a second, wait a second. Oh, this search is searching globally, so it's searching outside. Okay, visualization. No. Interviewer, maybe. Yes. Awesome. So like right here, OpenAI colon GPT-5 is what that would be. Right? That's certainly the first thing I'd want to try. I would just guess at that. That's likely to work. If it does work, that's likely to work. So then there's no 5.0, 5, it's just 5. 400,000, whatever. Okay. Awesome. Text and image. Yeah, totally. Playground. Um, that's extremely expensive tokens. Is it gonna work? This will be my first GPT-5 query ever. I don't think I did it in ChatGPT yet. Oh, thank you. I got a comment. That's so funny. I gotta get used to potential comments. I'm trying to. Thank you. I'm trying to write some code. Wonderful. Pangrams? No, thank you. Okay. Effort? Verbosity? Ooh. Nice. Okay. So the next time I run this LLM, oh, that could be soon. Because when I run this code here, it's going to try to bounce that off the LLM. Okay. It's throwing an exception here, but as soon as I've sort of disassembled the entire thing at the moment. As soon as I sort of put it back together, uh, it's going to query the LLM, and we're going to get GPT-5. And I would love to find out. I read the word. The word that I read was mixed, but I just glanced at it. Mostly, if I'm on my computer, I want to work on Chatfield at the moment. I just want to get it out, get it, out. So this is awesome. I remember that there's going to be some more metadata, like the name of the class itself or whatever. I forget. I think there was something else maybe. Oh, maybe the doc string. That's what it was. I'll just try to remember that. No, I won't. Let me write that down. Can't remember anything. Oops. Let me just write this down. What's that, name and doc string? Mm-hmm. Name, like doc string. Okay. Because I'm not sure where the doc string is going to come into use, but I'm super excited about it. I love that. I love that. I think that's one of the coolest things in Python. How that was like, yeah, it's just awesome. Okay, so what are we going to do? This thing's initialized pretty well. The budget as int. Wait, I should have some as bool now, right? Where is that? From message pack? No. What is that? I don't like that. Wait a second. Constraints. Oh, these are the fields. Budget has an int. Yes. That's the prompt. Interesting. Yeah. 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 As int. Oh, there's one more thing I need to think through. I need to think through those namespacey ones. I don't know how else to say it. Namespacey ones. Namespacey ones. In other words, like where the developer can define arbitrary, basically keys, property names, property labels, and then kind of pass in a prompt and get it to run that data through that prompt and populate it under that key that they want. We're going to do that here too. We're going to do it all here too. I'm totally going to understand. And then like this thing can just be, yeah, I know it's not could. This thing's going to sync into the database oh my God, my cube. When the, it's driving me crazy. Fixed. When the, where am I? When the graph runs, right? Where is that code? Teaching myself the code base. The agent, which we renamed to the interviewer. Yeah, interviewer. I'm staring at it. Stupid. Okay, so when this runs, that state can just be this. And then I think I'm going to define what it means to populate it also. Let me think. I kind of like how clean it is here. Like the definition is sort of this, what am I trying to say? Like declarative, kind of object or whatever. This is basically just a long list of declarations, if you like. It's a definition. So then I like that. So then there may be another little bit of state, which represents how one is building up, how one is, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. It might be nested inside of here. It might be like a little key or something. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it'll be. That's exactly what it'll be. And then that whole thing's just going to be JSON, and it can be serialized and written into the, my point was it's going to be written into the, where is that memory store right now? This memory saver, this thing, the checkpointer. I don't know if I'm going to have any problems. My goal, for sure, at least, whoops, my goal is to avoid having that, I want to pull out, if I can, all that code about all of the serialization code. This is totally insane. Yeah, this message pack stuff. I believe if I think the warning was, I'm almost certain, don't, like, the state in LangGraph must be basically like JSON serializable, or I guess strictly speaking, it must be what am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? The M1 message pack. Yes. But primitive types, simple stuff, dictionaries, lists, storage, caching. I don't really know. Graphs, state schema class to define the state. Yeah. That's a parameter. Yeah, that's what's passed in when you, what is that? When you do a state graph. Is that what I did? Let's go to interviewer. Oh yeah. So yeah, yep, passed into a state graph. I see. So a state graph is a graph that has state. Okay. I don't know if these are, I don't remember anything. I feel like they sort of made up their own terminology. I want to know how much of this is sort of standard in computer science. I feel like all of this is using the language, but not quite on point. On like a just a, you know, bog standard computer science textbook or something. Because like a finite, I mean, maybe there's answers here because there's a ton of work and a ton of smart people. So it's more likely that I'm wrong than they are. But like a finite state machine, the state is this, like the machine kind of is the state or whatever. Like you're moving around state. These are like little callbacks. It's just like, oh, it's time to run. It's almost an event system. Oh, it's time to run this. It's time to run that. I guess, the graph defines how to move from event to event or whatever. They update the state and then it decides where to move. Yeah, the nodes in the graph are in, yeah, anyway, I've said it a couple times. Anyway, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. What matters is how useful it is. And this Langsmith is awesome. I like it. This is awesome. Awesome. Every single input and output, not only when it's going, I love how this is what I wasn't expecting this. Not only does it, capture like queries to the LLM, but it's just basically a thorough like debug log, because it's also it's capturing all my little state transitions that I was just mocking just a second ago. It's basically gonna, so it's a little kind of it's a log, in a lot of ways. It's just kind of a detailed log, or like a trace logger or something. I mean, they call it tracing, so that it is tracing, and tracing's great. So what is next? I wrote down my notes. Did I finish my README? GPT-5. Oh, I got so excited with a comment. So what else? I think that's enough. What is your happiness level? Oh, maybe. Oh yeah, maybe. Didn't name. What is it? Alice. Bob. Or Alice. What was that? Trait. Etc. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. The point was just capture that. All right. I think an LLM could really make it pretty easy to, at least to run that. I don't know if it'd be valuable. I bet it would. So that'll be a fun little test kind of thing to do, or that'll be fun to do someday. Now what? Let's get back. Let's get back. So as bool, wonderful. Let's pull in as it and as bool. Does the package do it? Nope. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Oh man, I kind of don't like this all here. Let's just not have all, huh? I don't like all. Oh, yeah, actually, I love all. Let's do this. Wait, comment it. Can I do this? Oops. Can I do this? Is that bad? Let me just do nothing. Let me just do nothing. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Wonderful. So let's just go ahead and get that done. The name. It's going to be super important to prompt the LLM and to say, I believe it's going to be super important to prompt the LLM and say what it's called. Checking my audio. Oops. The name. Yeah. I believe. Sorry. So, like the name of the conversation, this is where I was thinking. So if I go into my real use case, the question that I was kept thinking is like, so firstly, do I want to say like there, you know, like a roadside, like a traffic stop, right? Traffic stop, police, like, right? Police interview, a motorist, right? Yeah, a motorist, a driver, right? So that's a traffic stop. The point is it helpful to like name the conversation in a way that's different from this class name? And I think I ultimately decided no. You can, because you have the class name and you have the doc string. So I think I ultimately decided no, I don't want extra syntax or whatever to name the conversation. And I guess I don't want that mental model, or it's like it's like a patient complaint to their exactly, or, stuff like that. So the answer is no. But this object name itself is going to be super important. And so that needs to be stored. Let me think. In the base. So let's just go pull. Wait, where's that? Serialization string. So these are all the fields. Yeah. It's going to be here. So roles and fields. it's gonna be sibling to that. It's gonna be sibling to that. It's gonna be this thing's name, right? Although it's already, no, because they could override it, right? And how would they override it? They would override it with a decorator? No, I just said no. So it is this class name. So I think it should just be self.className is the point. Let's just try that. Want to call it a name? Let's just call it a name. Self. Yes, exactly. I think it might be that simple. Name. Let's do this, huh? Let's do that. Name equals name. Fields. Right. Let's do that. All right. Let's just see if I get a name in there. User request. Okay. So that's going to serialize nicely. That's an interview, right? An interview called a user request. I think so. So now what? I think everything's fine. Audio check. Oh, now I'm like super excited with comments. It's hilarious. First comment in my life. Called a user. Normally I do this on Zoom all day long. That's the thing. This is Zoom, Zoom culture, not YouTube culture. That's open source though. That's what I missed. I wasn't really able to write much open source in the last several years, so I'm basically I kind of just want to write anything. And also I just can't stop thinking about these LLMs. The first time I ever ran like select star where, the user feedback was positive and got a bunch of rows or whatever. I forget the exact system, but I had used ChatGPT, but the first time I saw like a database kind of make it comprehensible or whatever, or I was like, oh my gosh, Postgres knows, how to interpret people's opinions now. So I basically have not stopped thinking about these language models since. Okay. So these are the traits. This is Bob. Bob's product owner. Oh, so this role, let me think. It's called the name in the other, yeah, it's called the name right here. Or is that called the type? Or is that called the role? Here's a conversation. It's an interview. No, interviews don't have roles. An interview can have a type. Yeah, an interview can have a type for sure. I think type is I think type is better. Type name. Let's just call it type name here because it's going to be trouble. And then what? We're going to call it type here. Is that going to work? I think that'll work. That'll totally work. That'll totally work. All right. So this is the object. I don't know how important it is, but that it serialized. But I don't know. I spent like 2 days making this thing generate thousands of lines of code, and if, like now I'm just constantly reading it and catching up, and like having ideas, prompting it, and I'm reading code from yesterday, still while it's making it. I don't know. I want to spend tonight like quietly thinking about data models and stuff. Okay. Because this is and prompting all this and bouncing all this off the LLM, of course. So this is fine. These roles are fine. Don't care. Role, that's like redundant. I'm gonna call it type. Yeah, I'm gonna call it type. I'm gonna what do they say? Drink some coffee and think about the word. I'm going to make it orthogonal. I'm going for orthogonality. So then where is that? Those roles? That's like in the implementation somewhere. Where was that? Wait, in the decorators. These underscore roles, right? It was here. Here. So instead of, yeah, I'm changing it. Now, I changed this code elsewhere. That's fine. So this role object, or whatever, this role key, becomes type. Now, it's going to be the string. Yeah. Role type. Boom. Boom. Subtype. Correct. 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 So now we're calling it type. Let's change this variable name too. This is a little bit. Let's do that. I don't know. I think I'm gonna like it. I think I'm gonna like it. I think I'm gonna like it. Okay, so anything else to change? So that's the trait. Traits doesn't matter. We ensure the roles. Ensuring the roles. Changes the type here. Yes. Ooh, it's like real programming. And then this is changed. And then hopefully no bugs. They might call in. Oh, wait a second. Is this optional, by the way? It decorates an interview. Decorates a whole interview. No. No, you would never go at Alice, would you? Oh, yeah, I thought about that already. I think the answer is no. I can just let it crash. Okay. Oh yeah, it'll crash because this type will be wrong. That's awesome. Yay, types. Okay. So what's next? I think this is working. I think it's totally fine. Okay, this is fine. So we've renamed it to type. I think that's it. Specs. Let's see it. Well, now what's it going to look like? Okay. So now the whole object has a type. Then there's roles. A role. Wait. Oh no. Wait. What happened? This should change to type. Am I insane? What did I just change? Did I just change? What in the heck did I just do then? Roles sub role. What? Alice. Roles sub Alice. Yes. Subtype. What? Did I not save this or something? I think I didn't save it. Stupid. Okay. Go. Oops. Go. Okay. I guess it's 1:28 in the morning. Didn't save it. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Slightly orthogonal. I like it. I like it. If I'm gonna have to think about this, wonderful. So there's a user request. There's an interview. Its type is user request. These are the roles. Alice is this role. The Alice role is of this type. It's fine. It's going to be awesome in the prompt. This is fine. Then there's a list of traits. Wonderful. Next, Bob, same idea. Can we just make Bob like null real quick? Yeah, let's make Bob not be a product owner. Whoop. Thank you, Bob. Let's do it again. Yay. Good enough. That's good enough to prompt. That's good enough to use for the prompt. Wonderful. So that's that. Then here's some fields. The fields have casts and specs. Casts as, right, cast is like a flat namespace as int. Remembers its type. For now, that's fine. That may be good forever. And remembers a prompt about it. The prompt is either given to me. Yeah, so here's an add. So the number of users is regular, and the budget is like overridden. Yes. And so what that looks like is the budget has been overridden, but the number of users. Wait, what is this? Fields, constraints, scope, number of users. Wait, this is null? That might be a bug or something. Maybe it's a bug. Oh, maybe it's a bug. Because number of users, what's this? Enthusiasm. As bool. Yeah, this should have a bool. Okay, okay, there's some bugs. Wonderful, good, good. It's just nice, simple JSON, and I'm catching bugs. This is all good. Good, good, good. It was totally impossible with all that crazy LLM code. This is awesome. So while I'm doing, but type works so well at the class level, let's just throw in that doc string real quick. Where's that? In the base class, when it does a stringization, yes. Let's just throw in my own doc string, right? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Or none, right? Let's try that doc string. Or just doc string. I'm not sure what to call it. Okay, so let's put the doc string next. The class can have a doc string, and then of course the fields can have a doc string. So what is my class doc string? What did I do? What feels good? Ah, you're describing the like form, right? You're describing the product owner's request for technical work. Yeah. Now you could describe the conversation, you could describe the interview. Yeah, you're describing the interview. Let me just call it the description for now. It feels a little lame, but that's fine. Description is another one of these vague words I'm trying to avoid, like super overloaded. You know, description just more or less means string, you know, I don't know, a little bit. Let me click myself off. Keep going. Whoops, keep going. Okay, so what do we do? Let's fix that bug and then get into the namespacey stuff. So I think I totally have a, oh wait, sorry. I'm not done with, where was it? The base class, description, docstring. Let's call it the description. DESC? No. Let's keep it simple. Equals docstring, right? Oh, but you know what I want to do? I want to try text wrap. Let's pull in text wrap, right? Yes, thank you. I want to do, so if this is the doc string, right? Actually, I'm going to make this a string, right? No, we'll keep it none. What do we do? Roles, fields, attributes. Let's do doc string here, right? Okay, so if like that, right? Let's say description. Oops. Right, okay, there we go. So if, is that the point? Yeah. Oh, I know what I want to do. All right, I can never remember. Do you dedent, then you strip, or do you strip, then you dedent? You strip, then you dedent. I think you strip, then you dedent. Let's go read real quick. Yeah. Pretty sure you strip, then you dedent. Let me ask. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa, I was wrong. Both. Dedent, remove the common leading. Oh yeah, I think strip can make it actually behave wrong. Mm-hmm. Yes. Removes the common indentation. Python morsels. Then strip. Okay, fine. So we dedent, then we strip. So we dedent, then we strip. So let's do this, right? Text wrap dot dedent, the doc string, yes, dot strip. So we dedent, then we strip. If it, exactly. That's it. That's it. That's not too bad. So the description is we dedent and we strip if it's truthy, or we keep it null, and then we're done. Done. All right. What happens next? Run it. Come on. Okay. Got a nice description. Great. So the doc string becomes the description. Awesome. Roles were working. So then, okay, so the description's working. Let me check some stuff off here. We're making some stuff happen. More metadata. Name. Name is done. Description. Doc string is done. And then I said, think through the namespace stuff. So let's do that after. So I think I want to fix the bug. I believe there's a bug. Why is enthusiasm null? Why is enthusiasm null? But I have an as bool. I should actually, let me just. Right. Yeah. Let's try that. Optional notes, right? Let's try that. And let's make that one be unadorned, unannotated, undecorated. And then enthusiasm is just straight up not working. So to figure out the bug, so these fields budget cast as an int. What else? What else has a cast? Let me search for cast, quote, cast, quote, go. That's it. There's one cast in the entire data set, I believe. Ooh, come on. Wait, highlight it. Don't wrap. Ooh, regular expression, nice. Uh-huh. I believe this is the only match. Yeah, these are subsequent runs. Okay. This is a cast, yeah. So there's only one cast in the entire thing. Ooh, that's interesting. So another one, this one, let's see. So if I comment that out, let's see what happens. Does anything else pick it up? Is there a bug where like where all this class stuff is just basically being globals? Oh, this is good. Let me do something real quick. Let's see. Wait, when it prints it out, I want to just return. I'm sick of all this. Where does it print it? User request. Does it do that during initialization? Let's just do this return. Does it gonna work? Come on. Thank you. Okay, nice and clean, nice and simple. So now I can just start grepping and stuff, right? What is that? That is a specs. No, it's not a spec. It's a cast. I thought so. So there's not any cast mentioned anywhere. So that's good. That's maybe, I think, good. What if I do this? Blah, right? Does that work? If that works, that's good. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Hey. Oh, really? That's not JSON? Oh, shoot. Test real thing. Oh, interesting. Let me just not print stuff. What else? Initialize. Let's not print that. Was that the base class? Print. Let's stop printing. Whoops. Print. Stop printing. Actually, I'm not going to print that either. We'll let that run. And then we'll print it over in my real program. So this should no op basically. Yes. And then let's print it here. Oh, let's try this. That's the point. Nope. That's the point. So that should JSON it out. Come on. Yes. Thank you. So, oh, and then that should be proper JSON. Yes. Good. So I can do like, what is that? What is that? Dot name, or no, dot type. That was the point of it all. Yes. Awesome. So now what? Description. Fine. So with that, yeah, let me look at dot fields. Right? Let's look at dot fields. Do I want to like filter or something? Nah. So there's a cast as int. Okay, so I think it's a real simple bug. I think when I think this cast, I think this is not working. So this does work. Yeah, number of users doesn't. Let me just like, wait, enthusiasm. It's getting to be like a pain in the neck. Oh, optional notes, whatever. It's all somewhat important. So let's keep going. So here's the fields, right? Has it sorted them? Man, what is that to message? To message pack dict. What is this? Get this out of here. Get this out of here. Get that out of here. I may need something like it in a moment, but for now, okay. Wonderful. So let's go fix that bug. I think it just works when you call it. Where's that cast? And it doesn't work when you don't. So let's go find that decorator. So it's a field cast decorator. I think it's this call, like when this, yeah, this, maybe this is coming in differently. Yeah, exactly. Name with prompt override prompt exactly. Yeah, let's see if that logs out. Ooh, let's, okay. As bool, as int. Yes, that's the field. That's the field. Same thing with as bool. Oh, this bug fix is gonna fix both of them, I bet. Wonderful. As bool. Yeah. So, oh, nice. It's a function. Interesting. And it's not like bound function or whatever it's called. Okay, so let's drink some water. I'm dying here. Oh, I forgot I'm off camera. I should calm down. So this bug is because the only thing I don't understand is I thought this typing I do equals none. I thought this typing wouldn't allow the override prompt is being passed in. I thought the typing would crash that. I don't understand. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what optional string means. I thought it meant string or none, basically. String type or none type, right? But this was where I was just saying, oh, I can just do an if statement. So it can be or a callable. If it's a callable, I think that's the answer. Let's see if Copilot will fix this for me. It's going to be way lower latency. Whoops, what am I doing? What am I doing? Stop it, stop it, stop it. Where's the copilot? Here it is. Found it. Yep. Let me save this. Let's see. I know what I want to do. Or do I know what I want to do? No, I'm going to make it do. Either. Oh. Right, is mandatory. Either a callable or a string. Let me think. If it's a callable. So if it's a string, you want to return a decorator because Python's going to pass that callable to that decorator. If it is a callable, you have to wrap that or decorate that. Yeah, so I need to explain that. If it is a callable, decorator is a callable. Or if not, return the decorator itself. It should do that. It should fix that code. Yep. Oh man, I forgot. Oh wait, it had better apply it for me. Yeah. It is callable. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't know if I want it all. Hold on. It's a lot of code. I was thinking it's like a few lines of code. Optional union. Wait, what? To make the second argument mandatory and handle as either a callable or a string, you can update the call method. Of course I can. Now wait, why are there two of It's not clear to me. Why are there two of these? Am I crazy? It looks like Java or something. Why are there exactly two? Optional union callable string? Is this a bug? Return decorator. Oh, return func. Wait, there's the decorator. Yeah. If it's callable, I think it's a bug. Okay, I think it's a bug. So it is a little bit of code. Right. So it's optional union callable or string. Wonderful. Let's do that. So then we make a decorator. The decorator decorates the callable, and we either return the decorator or apply the decorator to the callable. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So instead of override prompt, let's just call it like, I don't know, prompt, or let's just call it that. Yeah, like prompt. What am I call it? Field method callable. Let's just call it callable or prompt. Let's just call it that. So then, yes. Let's fix it. So what in the world is it going to be? It's not optional. It's union. We gotta go get union for sure. Okay. It's union callable. Yes, exactly. And callable's already defined. Yes, it is. Or imported, rather. Yes, it is. So, callable or prompt. Yeah. So, I think I know what I want to do. I tend to write it kind of more this way. Let me think. If callable, right? So I would say callable equals prompt equals, yeah, exactly. Something like that. Do I like that? Do I care? Why am I going so crazy? Oh wait, I don't want to do that. So instead of callable, that's fine. I'll say target, right? Target. Yeah, we'll call it the target. The prompt is none. Otherwise, nah. Do I like this? Yeah, exactly. I think I like it better that way. The prompt is defined and the target is not. Why do I care? No, that was a total waste of time. That was stupid. So let's get out of there. Yeah, that was totally stupid. So that's the decorator. Decorator doesn't change. It receives its own callable. We'll call it func. Yes. What is this override prompt? Oh. Let's see. Ooh, maybe that was slightly good. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it. Okay. So either target's defined and prompt is none, or right. And so then let's see. The prompt is either going to be this prompt here or self.prompt. Let's call it override prompt. Yeah. Very nice. So correct. So this code is still good. Put a comma there. So we're gonna return, when we decorate, we're gonna use either the prompt passed in. If it was a string, I think this is fine. If I pass in a string, yeah, if I pass in a string, the decorator is gonna apply that string. If I don't pass in a string, it's gonna be a callable. The override prompt is gonna be none. It's gonna come out to self.prompt. That's totally gonna work. So now what? So we decorate the function. Let's maybe do this. Tidy up the code. Do I even want to do this? I guess. Now let's give it some room to breathe. So then, rather than returning the decorator, once again, so it's going to be easy though. If target, we return the decorator applied to the target. Yeah, exactly. If target else decorator. That's how that works. That's how that works. So I think that might fix that bug. I think this might be the semantics that I wanted. The LLM like just didn't do it right. The LLM gave me something that didn't work, or I copy pasted it wrong or something. So I think that's all still fine. That'll work on both. Cross your fingers. Let's see it. Ooh, it rendered. Didn't crash. So what do we have? Got a as int with custom. Got a as bool. Yes. Got a as int with default. I think it all works. Oh, I forgot. I still keep forgetting I'm off camera. I gotta enjoy my off camera-ness. This is awesome. Are there any more bugs? Optional notes is in here. So a quick audio check. Oh, is audio working? Are there any more bugs? Oh yeah, it's working. I'm just quiet. Okay. So the type is in there. The description is in there. The roles are all in there. I think everything's in there. Let me go read my code. Okay, thank you, Copilot. Next, let's get back to my, let's close serialization. I don't want to read serialization code. I want to read my own usage code. Yes. Optional notes. So optional notes, I just noticed is good. It's referenced in here. This is all you need. That's perfect. That's perfect. That means it's a field. Nothing else applies, right? It's an undecorated field. And there's an implied behavior from that, and null can imply all that behavior. That's totally awesome. Next, what are we doing? I think this totally works. Let me just glance at all of it. Oh yeah, let's start at the top. What if we do this? Right. Missing more residual. So I could like throw an exception myself. I think I will. I'm going to. If you say @Bob, doesn't matter, right? Yeah, let's go implement this to no op. I think if you just say @Bob like this, it's just no op. So where's that code? 55. Decorator. User request. Wait, what's the problem? Let's go read what Bob is. There's another bug, or I want to change it. It's the ensure the roles. It's this stuff. So then when you call it, here's the type. Yeah. So this could be, again, it's kind of like a union. Right. I think I need that union again. Let me go get that union. There it is. So then where was that? Bob, roles. Yeah, these roles here. So when you call this decorator, yeah, exactly. It's either a role type. It's either a role. It's either a type or a prompt. Wait, no. It's either a type or callable. Yeah, callable. It's either a callable or a role. That's the point. Yes. And ew. I have this thing. What is this thing? It should return another decorator, certainly, huh? Yeah. Let's take this code. Callable or role, right? So then, right? Person assistant. Yeah, exactly. So boom, boom. Alice, here's the point. Let's try this. How about that? Let's try all of that, right? I think that should all be allowed. Maybe not the string, the space string. Yeah, I'm gonna, like, stripping is out of scope right now. I don't want to think about stripping. You know? So this is fine. So the first two should no op, and the second should work as documented or as implemented. So if you call it as it were wrong, or what about Alice none? That's bizarre, but I guess that could work, you know? So if you call it as it were wrong, oh, this is gonna be optional, right? Yes, this is, oops, optional. We'll find something optional. Oh, there's nothing optional in here. I think I just want to do this optional. Oops, like that, and maybe make it equal to none in there. I think, okay. Cool. So what's it gonna do? So now that when you call, when something's passed to it, it's, if it's not a string, then basically nothing happens. Right. Wonderful. So callable or roll. So I wonder if I could just totally short circuit. Do I want to even add, if I just say at Alice, well, let's go look at the data. That's why the data's awesome. Do I want it to just say Alice with like an empty object or something? No. Nope. Seems like added complexity. So what that means then is I think I might just be able to do this. If it's not a string, and let's say not, yeah, if it's not a string, and let's say not truthy, let's say falsy, then it's out, or then we know out. I think, mm-hmm. Let's see, if it is a string, we proceed, right? So if it's not, a string, we bail. I think we just return back the callable. I think that's the point. You don't, it's effective, it's like a null. Yeah, exactly. Wait, self? No. Hold on. It's gonna receive a class, right? But I would have already gotten a class. Oh, is a class a callable? Let's quickly check that. I think the answer is yes. The answer has to be yes. Yeah, okay. So, fine. No. If it's not a string, and then we could also say, right? If no role is provided. So then if the, wait, that would mean an empty string has been passed in though. Yikes. That would mean an empty string has been passed in. So do I want a null decorator? Yikes. Let's just not go there. Yeah, I don't want that complexity right now. Let's not worry about empty string. So in the first case, it's going to be a callable. In the second case, oh, it's going to be none. Right. So none means this is going to be false. So the if will evaluate true. This should work. And we return back then. Yeah. Callable. Yeah. So it's not going to be string or none. It's not going to be string. Yeah, perfect. I think this is fine. What's it doing? Role type. What is that? At Alice. Cool. Role type. Oh, I think I have like just, so now that I've done, I think all my variable names changed. So I think that's fine. So then the only problem is this callable or role used to be, yeah, there it is, role type. So if it is, so we know it's definitely a string now, right? Yeah. So let's just say, ooh, no, we just want that. That's the point. Yeah, that's the point. Let's do it that way. Cool. So what does that give us? That should allow. So I did a at Bob, and it should be nothing. Although I put a trait in there, right? Right. So if I do at Bob like that, it should no op. Uh-huh. Now technically, so there's the roles. Oh, it's working. So then technically, because it didn't populate anything, it's not going to trip anything to go Bob like that. Oop. Wait, oh no. None type is not callable. Oh dear. So wait, let's see. Oh, at Bob is a none type? Can't be. Is not callable. Oh no. Okay, but what if I do this? Right. Oh, interesting. That's weird. Weird. It's saying none type is not callable, but then I call. So Bob is not none type. Bob is some type. Okay, so I pass in foo. Bob has the type foo with no traits defined. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so one of these isn't working as implemented. If I throw in a trait, it's just going to throw it in the field there. There it goes. Love it. Love it. So now what? One little bug. These both work. Let's do this. Right. Rolls. Is that it? No. Oh no. Is it saying I have a invalid numerical literal? What? Oh. Oh yeah, I'm printing stuff. I need to start printing a standard error. This is getting more and more mature by the moment. We're printing to when you graduate from printing to standard out to printing to standard error, you know, it's an exponential curve, right? So that's a serious step in the journey. It seems trivial, like years later or whatever, if you have a big production site or something. But that's a total graduation, moment. That's a total graduation celebration is when you have to start, or like when you have to stop printing and start logging properly, or when you have to stop logging to files and logging to either like your some huge cloud system or whatever, or Splunk or something. Because it's an exponential curve, they're all kind of the same, like human achievement, or they're I don't know. We experience it with a logarithmic, bias, so it feels good. Is the point? Okay, so where am I? I gotta get some code written. It's getting late. Let's fix my bug. Let's fix my bug. I'm so in the weeds. It's so late. This is fine. This is awesome. Okay, so let's just throw my bug again. What's going on here? And I think possibly that would also fail. Let's trigger the same bug. Yeah. Okay. Let's go print. Where are we in the decorators? So when we call it, yeah, let's just print out here. In fact, hold on. Where's my other print statements? Here it is. Uh-oh. Do I have sys? Nope. Now I do. Let's go get it. Sys5. That's it. Thank you. All right, so that'll fix JQ. What else? Where's my code? Where's my code? Where's my code? Okay, fast. Nope. Here we are. Yeah. So, interview decorator. Let's fix the bug. There's the one bug. Let's just print it. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on. Call interview decorator. Yeah, exactly. Name callable. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sys standard. Yes, thank you. Let's just log it and rerun. Call, right? Call Bob with none, Bob with foo, Alice with a string. Uh-huh. As bool. What is it doing? Which one is... Okay. Let's tidy it up then. Tidy it up. Let's say, let's just return to my bug. Tidy it up. Let's clean all, yeah, boom, gone. Let's do that real quick. Simplify it. All right. Let's remove that. Make sure we get the small object out. Okay, perfect. So there's a user request which has a little description. Ah, I love my new data structure. I love it. At this point, I'm almost, even if I think I may come to realize that I sort of rewrote kind of half of what the LLM wrote. Where was it? Where was those types.py? Where is the types.py that the LLM wrote? It's pretty awesome. Pretty epic. Yeah. This thing, but it doesn't matter. What matters is what's accessible to the human, I think. I mean, yeah, because that thing was kind of going on. That thing was going into a bad place. All right, so that throws my exception. What the heck? I know what I want to try. Is it this typing stuff? Am I doing like ridiculous typing stuff? Am I like I always avoid typing. I don't like typing. Let me just do this. What if we just do this, right? Equals none. Do we have the same bug? If we do, then we have a bug. If we do, then good. My typing's good. If we don't, then good. We found the bug. So go. Same bug. Good. So my typing's good. So this thing's fine up above. I'm going to leave it out just for a moment here because this is whatever. So does it run? Yes, it does. Bob with none. We totally call. So, oh, I see. That's the bug. The bug is if you pass in none. Of course, that's the bug. Of course, that's the bug. That's the bug. That's the bug. That's the bug. So if you pass in none, it does not wrap none. It should return a decorator. So if there's parentheses here, if it calls anything, it must return a decorator. That's the point. So back over in the caller. Yeah, I feel good. I'm just going to bring this code back. So if it is, let me think. So what makes it parentheses? Yeah, you either pass in none or you pass in a string. So it could be none also. So if it's none, then we want to return the decorator. Yeah. Yep. Totally. So, what's the like nicest way I want to do this? So it's either that callable. If it's the callable, that means that one came in. Let's do this, I think. Yes, exactly. Don't decorate anything, right? Just return it. If it's callable, that's the point. If it's callable, then the parentheses were not passed. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the logic. Hold on, let me think. It's like 2 a.m. thinking here. So the point is like semantically, if I use parentheses, it's going to have to return something because that's a function call. And so it's going to have to return a decorator. And then if I don't use parentheses, that's a no-op. It doesn't mean anything to say @Bob. It's kind of implied or whatever. So that's a no op. But the point is, like in the Python runtime, it's gonna say, oh, that's a, like, I don't know the terminology. That's like a simple decorator or something. And so it's just gonna be passed in this object below it, and it's just gonna have to return like a compatible object, right? That's the point. So with the decorators, so the point is, if a callable comes in here, there is no way it was parentheses. That's my 2 a.m. thinking. And so we bounce it back. Because the other thing is, the only way that could happen is this no op use case. So we bounce it back. So then it's either, I guess, none or string. That's the point. So if it's none, do we, no. Oh, I see. So both none and string, we proceed to, no, I'm so confident. I'm going to just delete this code. If it's none or string, we proceed. Yeah. The role type is now none or string. And so then when you decorate, you go into that class, you go into the roles, you go into Bob. The type is set to none. That's fine. No, that's not fine. Okay, this is going to work, but it doesn't run exactly the way I like it. I'm going to let it go, though. Yes, it worked. So, right, this is no information. So I don't want it in here. I want it like as small as possible because I want to read these things and debug these things. So I don't want like extraneous line noise in here. So I will check my audio. Right. Oop, good, works. So let's take that out. I know exactly what to do. Exactly. Wait a second. No, we just return class. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. So then you make a decorator. So the role type is callable or role. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So then, so having called this thing, yeah, explicitly, in other words, with parentheses, we're going to have to make a decorator. So we make a decorator, but what that decorator can do is no op if nothing interesting was passed in or whatever. This could potentially, I could even comment this, right? What did I say, like to do or something? I don't know. Note. Like, or like empty string, or like, or you know, all spaces, you know, only white space, something like that. Good. I think that's the point. And so then if this thing, what is this? So then otherwise the decorator is going to work and it's going to apply something because one of these things is the role type is not null. So it's going to be something. Awesome. Run it. Oops. Save it. Run it. Go. Awesome. So roles is null. That's fine. That's fine. Otherwise I got to get clever in the code to like populate or depopulate these is fine. Wonderful. Wonderful. Roles is null. Or should roles be empty string? That's fine. So, it totally works. Let's go click some stuff back on. Let's go turn it all back on. I think all of that would work. Try it. Whoa. And then what happens if I do this? Just get my JSON. Nice. Got some description. Alice is back in. Bob is type foo. It totally worked. Yeah, it totally worked. Okay. Okay, good. Good. I don't know. When I go to bed tonight, I'm gonna be a man who knows his code base. That's what's gonna happen. Let me turn my camera back on. Oh, I might need to adjust, like, let me check it. It may have like white balance or whatever problems. I'm a man who knows his code base. I predicted 2 or 3 things that totally just worked. So this is cool. This is cool. So what that means is Claude Code's awesome because I'm not like losing control of my code base. I was a little worried about it. I don't know if that was even true, but to the extent that it was, I kind of got in here. I don't know if this is like fast momentum. I haven't used this thing in like a work setting where the timeline is a massive, you know, variable and all that, and other sorts of transparency and communication and stuff is this huge priority. But this is basically awesome for open source for sure. It's I think it's awesome. Okay, so let me think. Or for this, let's call it like early stage open source or like personal project open source for sure. Okay, so what's next? That's true. If I think about these tokens compared to like purchasing equipment for all sorts of like more well-regarded hobbies in, let's say, like American culture, uh, that's not that expensive. Okay, like Spotify, you know? Okay, let me think. So if so these all work. That was the point. What do I want to actually do? None of these matter. I may or may not click him on as the product owner, right? Whoops. We'll try it. Okay. So, user request, product owner. Totally. Wait, description. Oh, I had a little thought, which is like, wait a second. If I say product owner here, like, does that need to be code out here or something? And I think the answer is no. Let's just keep them strings. Well, I think part of it is ultimately, you know, your little data model here is not too, it's kind of condensed. It's condensed. It's like basically one little file. It's like this big, maybe a couple pages. A couple pages would be pretty sophisticated interview. I would imagine at some point it stops scaling. I haven't even thought about that. I don't know, 20 seems like something it could scale up to, probably. Probably like however many MCP servers they can handle these days. This thing is, I would guess, can do about that well. So between 10 and 100, you know, order of magnitude. So what's next? This is all totally sweet. What's the current? Why do I care? I guess I'll bring it back. I don't know why. Whoops. Save it. Run it. Okay. Love it. Love it. Love it. There's so much more to do. So now what? All the fields. This totally works. That's a cast with an override. The fact that it's an override is not tracked. I don't care. I think that's fine. There's some specs. These are the must specs. Yeah, it's totally undefined what it means. These are the reject specs on these constraints, on this constraints field. Yes. Current status. What assets? Enthusiasm has a cast associated with it. Wait. Yeah. Has casts. How many? 1. This one as bool. It's going to return a bool type, and it's going to prompt the LLM to handle it or use your own judgment. So my hope there is, enthusiasm. Yeah, I want it to round enthusiasm up or down to true or false. That's the point. That's the point. I want the LLM to cast enthusiasm to a Boolean. That's what I want for free, for the cost of a couple of tokens. That's exactly what I want this thing to do. As a consumer, as the like developer of the API, or as the consumer of the Python package, right? I want to like just say, oh yeah, I'm gonna need to do an if on this thing, and you know, that's exactly what I want people to be thinking. That's the mental model, the data model. They're gonna say, I want to like, you know, get some clear information from a user, from a human. Doesn't have to be a human, but whatever. Uh, and then but also I'm gonna need it casted in all these fun ways. Okay, what else can we do? So I don't have to implement all the casting just yet. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah. The LLM implemented all this insane stuff. It's gonna be so much fun, but I don't have to implement all this. I want to leave it broken for now and keep going. I want to go like end to end. So as int and all this stuff, as percent is so awesome. I bet you there's some good prompts in here maybe. Oh, as choice, as choice I think has a awesome implementation if I'm not mistaken. And these can all just be you know, disassembled and broken on the like garage floor, right? Okay. So that's what we've got. This string function is pretty. I somehow I'm not sure exactly, or I'd write the code, but this is basically going to become the state of that LangGraph uh, LangGraph graph. Let me actually just say it to like get better at the code base. It's the interviewer. Yes. Oh, I'm so happy with my rename. I'm like way overdue to commit this stuff. Okay. So state graph really is what I should be saying. State graph. State graph. And what's that? A state graph just comes from the... What's that state graph? Oh god, it's 2 a.m. Okay. LangGraph.graph. I wonder what other sorts of graphs there are. But whatever. So that state graph, apparently, I hope I'm not like getting a weird superstition or something. It has to be serializable, kind of basically primitive Python types. That's my understanding. So wonderful. I can just throw this at it, you know? And that's totally serialized. That's literally, I'm looking at the serialization right now. So that's definitely serializable trivially. And then it's going to be sufficient to rebuild an object for sure. The only thing is I got to start tracking state or something, but I think that's fine. Maybe that's what I'm gonna do. I'll build out like this is what it's gonna look like as it talks to the LLM or something, and then kind of make Claude Code sort of reconnect the you know, the old with the new, and kind of wipe out all that technical debt or bring it up to speed or whatever. Okay. Awesome. So here's my traits. Okay. Reject constraints, specs, reject. Totally. Oh yeah. Reject and must. Yeah, exactly. Like imperfect, not reject, and not must. Is that risky? Imperfect or vague, you know? Yeah, exactly. That's the sort of thing, because that's your validation criteria. So if you have sloppy validation criteria, you're going to have a bug in your software. So that's why this thing needs to check. You're going to have a bug. Your prompt is going to be a bug. So that's why I want this tool to like audit all your prompts for you in the context of using this tool, you know, to the greatest value. So what are we doing? I've seen this a million times. I think it's like totally fine. This prompt, that prompt. Uh-huh. Yeah. Optional, oh yeah, optional notes was deliberately meant to be like de minimis. These are, so there's one reject, there's one must, and there's one hint. Okay, great. Totally great. Totally great. Okay, I'm gonna check this in. Jeez. It's totally broken, but I'm gonna check it in because I think it's already broken. So, wait. Oh man. Push D Chatfield. Okay, so what's changing in the README? Whoa. Let me just check that in. Now what? So then everything else is Chatfield. Yeah. Hold on. What's the run? What's changed in this run reel? Like a lot. Just me testing some stuff around. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so let's commit Chatfield first. What in the world's changed? I don't really want to do a great Git. I'm okay with being basically sloppy in Git. Interview. Yeah, just a lot of work on. Yeah, okay. Commit Chatfield. Tons. I'll call it tons of. What am I looking at? On like the data model. Let's just call it that. Yeah, I think that's fair. So then I have mine difference now. Kind of whiteboardy, I don't know. Something like that. Okay, push it up. Whew, okay. Now, whew. It's totally broken, but at least I've pushed it all. So now what's next? At as quote. Nope, not this one. Now we are, I don't even want to run the test suite. So now, let's get back to running the code, right? Where was that? Come on. Don't make me. Okay. It was, oh wait. That's fine. Python. Okay, so, whoops. Let's do it this way now. Because we're in a new, okay. Right, still runs, wonderful. Cool. Call interview. Oh shoot, I should, oh, it's fine. With product call, right. I think because it's working, let me just comment out those. What was that, print statement? Print statement, where was that? Print statement in the decorators probably. Yay, I know the code base, yay. I learned the code base tonight, I'm so happy. So that's gonna have no standard error or whatever, wonderful. Correct, great. So now, so it's gonna be super serializable. It's gonna be super seer. So what do I want to do next? This all totally works. Maybe I should start uncommenting stuff because all that did was, oh, I think I know what I want to do. I want to track. No, I'll do it later. I'll do it later. I'll do it just in time. There's a whole additional like part of this data model or whatever, which is like maybe it's interim state in flight. I think something I realized today is just because an answer is not valid, that's not the same thing as like, you know, you haven't discussed it. And in fact, like pretending that they didn't say it would be like a bug, right? Like a rude, bizarre, like you know, AI slop bug. So we can't do that. And so so what that means is these things this thing has to sort of internally, track a little bit of state. I think I mentioned this. You could have it in the whole history of the conversation or something and have these like agents and the LLMs respond to that and remember that, as it were. But I think if it's important to the application, it's like a data set, right? If it's important, you got to track it. So same thing. So for example, if you say something like invalid that doesn't pass validation, that's like, you can change the subject or whatever, or you can proceed. But what am I trying to say? That's like the topic, that's like the conversation topic. Even if it's invalid, it's a valid conversation topic, but it's not a valid answer to the form, right? That's the point. Like in polite conversation or like in general, it's valid to talk about anything with this thing. It's just that the form only completes when you tell it what it wants to know. That's the point. So, that's the point. So, I'm gonna uncomment some stuff. Do I want to? Oh, cool. If I evaluate, then that means we're gonna go to. Yes, yes. We're going to the LLM. We're going to GPT-5. I think we're going to GPT-5. So now I have an interviewer. The interviewer is gonna do a user request. I want to keep the interviewer class super simple. Let's pull it up. Let's get rid of some stuff. Whiteboard. Save it. Here it is. Types, get rid of it. Yeah. Here we go. This is awesome. So I'm definitely going to need this tool state, but that's okay. I kind of want to get this thing system prompt going. I want to send a system prompt through, and I want to go see it in Langsmith. That's exactly what I want to do. That's exactly what I want to do. Python, yep, text wrap. Did I detent? I don't remember, but I want to see it in this thing for sure. Yeah, so awesome. Cheetah. Yes. I want to see this. I love how I can see errors. It's so awesome. It's like a tracing system. It's like a little teeny tiny Splunk. Little tiny. Where is it? Cool. Did it throw? Wonderful. Okay. So, what are we doing? So now that I totally understand my like data model for there's still some things I don't quite understand that I'm not an expert on, unlike the proper technique, and I don't really plan to I don't really care. I'll just pick up whatever I can along the way. But that is um like exactly how to sort of execute these graph things. But it's working enough. So, and then like I have a ton of prompting and all sorts of logic to get done, so it's totally fine if it's not like some sort of ideal setup or something. So then let me think. In the spirit of making this interviewer simple, and in the spirit of like everything's already ripped apart and broken on the garage floor, what am I gonna I want to simplify this thing too. So you pass in an interview, right? An interview object. Let's change this. Interview. Let's change it. Boom. Dialog data. No. I want to fix that. Let me come back to it. Check pointers fine. Graph is fine. I think this state is a bit of a problem. I'm going to comment it out. I think the state is a bit of a problem. I think it fell out of sync with the nodes processing it later. If I remember the bug, or I thought that was very likely, that was my conclusion. So I'm gonna try as part of simplification to say there's no state in we're not tracking a state. The only thing was it was a little bit convenient because the interview object is passed in, but that's okay. We'll fix that in a second. So then what? We have to have a check pointer. We build a graph. So building a graph means we start a graph with a state definition, which is messages and dialogue data. So let's not call it dialogue data. Let's just call it the interview. Yeah, the interview, which is an interview. Totally. Yeah, nice and simple. The state has some messages, which is the, human, let's say to LLM conversation. And the only other thing that exists is this interview object, which itself is, it's as it were, which will become populated and blah 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 on the as events unfold in the messages, like in the messages list or whatever, in the messages as the messages come in. Okay, that's awesome, nice and simple. So there's an interview. So now if this thing doesn't serialize, I'm not too worried. I think it might not serialize. Now what? An interviewer has an interview, a check pointer. It builds a graph. It has a thread ID, that's fine. It has an LLM. Great. I think that's fine. Thread ID, I guess so. We'll let that sit for a second. Okay. What's next? Oh, you know what I should do is let me just write a little note. Let me like what is that called? Langsmith. So as a developer, like trick to accelerate, development and testing, I'm gonna want to just set this thing to like hello, and that way I can search it out of Langsmith real quick, and also the ID might be more human readable, and it'll, there's a lot of downstream benefits of letting me label it when I'm developing. So okay, captured. What's next? Let's read the graph. I think the graph doesn't change for now. There's a bug in it. Let me maybe write it. Yeah, exactly. To update, let's just say, what do you call it? The interview. Yep. But otherwise, it's runnable as it is. What are we doing? We initialize. So initialize might actually have a little work to do, or something's got to happen because this state's gone now. We build a graph. I think you can query the state out of this graph object too if you want to. I'm sure we can get the state back. Okay. Yep. Got a graph. So then initialize. Let's stop. Let's see. Initialize. Data model. I'm gonna not log the data model. I've looked at that thing a million times now. I'm okay for now. Okay. Also, okay. Updates to the current dialog data. Yikes. Let's. What is that? Self dot. Oh, Oh, right, because the state has to be serializable, so it had to run this thing. So I think I'm not going to do that. The state is just totally fine now. But so the point is, it's syncing from the dialogue, which is totally bonkers. It's taking that self.dialog and it's trying to like sync it into the state, but that's insane because any change, I don't want to have to run that on every node. That's totally crazy. So let's just not do it. I don't know. It's late. I don't understand. I'm just going to not do it. And if it breaks something, I'm going to make that work. So initialize has nothing to do. I guess so. At some point, that state has to be like created or something. Okay, so now what's next? Think is fine. Let's dump this state. Actually, we can just dump the that thing's not going to serialize. Let's just assume it does for a second here. Yeah, let's just assume it does. And do, what was that? State. So, yeah, exactly. Exactly. That should serialize out. What's next? Okay, I'll just leave all this stuff. Think, route, listen, interrupt. Interrupts, so awesome. I wonder if I can do any little changes here. What do I want to do? Let's actually start, tightening it up. So, what? That was the messages. Let's do this. Let's print all messages in the state. Right? Let's do it. Yes, exactly. Thank you so much. Hope that works. Should work. Is JSON in this one too? Yes, it is. So, the reason is I think I want to like map across them and send something more convenient back up the chain to the user. So in that case, let's just not even bother at the moment. It says listen. It says all messages. So it's going to log all the messages in the state, hopefully. So that's fine. What is it? It's like the callback object or something. It's the result. What is it? It's the request. Let's call it the request. What's the request going to be? Request is going to be okay, true. Okay. So we're going to send back just a dummy object just for the moment. I'm going to log out all that state and figure out what to kind of think about really sending back. So then in parallel, I can either implement or ask Claude Code to implement like a terminal UI to display this stuff. Okay. When things are working, this node run a second time. Yep, that's my own comment. Interrupt result is type res. Right. Cool. So it's a request and it's a response, right? Like that. Boom. So neat. That's kind of interesting. So Chatfield like requests back to you, the user, and you give it back a response. In other words, when I'm a API consumer, this go instead of res. Yeah, that's interesting. Instead of a response, it's now a request object. Let me spell it out. Boom. That's it. So, but semantically, it means like something needs to happen. This thing needs to be satisfied. I think that's cool. It's on me as the API consumer to like satisfy this request, to handle the request or whatever, which means um, you know, put some UI into the user and get an answer back from them, either voice or chat or whatever. So now what? This thing needs to be streaming pretty soon also. I think that's fine because it's already streaming. I'm wrapping something that's streaming, so I think we're in good shape. But I think that's also table stakes. You gotta, all these libraries have to do streaming. What else? Request is done. That's fine. Returned request. I think done. All right, we don't need to log that, and that clogs up the log. That like messes up my logs. Okay. And then what is this? Messages. Let's just not do that. Let's be bored. And so let's just, yeah, let some things, wait, no. There's no way it's working. Let me keep going. There's no way it's working. In the interviewer, so listen is fine. I'm happy with listen. Go has to be fixed. So this is fine. That's fine. I don't know why that's a thing. Did I just not want to change the code? Weird. Oh, let's just go and move this self.config. Maybe that was my, I don't remember. Let's go put that in the init. Come here, init. So is that right? Self.thread ID? Yes, it is. Awesome. Good. So back down in Go. It needs to return. Yes, it does. Also, they will call Go repeatedly. Yes, they will. I'm going to need a command object at some point. Yes, I will. So this stream object, let me see. Do they document what's the like data type? Yes, there it is. State or command. Oh, that's cool. Huh. Okay. So it needs a state. So self.state does not exist anymore. That's a good simplification. So now that's exactly been my question. I thought this thing would create a state for me, like an empty state, like React White or something. I don't know. And then where's that graph input? That graph input was passed into this stream. Yeah. That way. Yeah. And then that's fine. That's awesome. So is it a result? That's fine for now. So what's this isn't gonna work. So is it just as simple as let me just copy and paste or yeah, let's just cut and paste basically off and come down here. What are we doing? Can I just make a state here? That's the question. Nope. Okay. So start messages and then the dialogue. Oh yeah. So then it's not the dialogue. It's supposed to be. I knew that. I knew it was interview. It's supposed to be easy to think about. Okay. So there's the messages and there's the interview. That is the only thing. Yeah, totally. Let's even get rid of. I'm so bold. Data. Now keep that. That's a little bit of code. Okay. So what are we doing? I guess that's okay. And maybe the command, the only thing is like resuming state later. But let's, I think that was the reason I did it the way the first time. So let's try that. But this is going to run. Graph input. This is going to run. Oh, and if it returns an interrupt, then that's what we're going to return. Basically. I wonder if this thing could accumulate interrupts. It might. Let's try this. Interrupts. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, interrupt. No, that's already a function. Let me not override that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Append object value, right? Wait for object in value. If the object is an interrupt, oh yeah. Am I gonna need, is it like set timeout or something where I'm gonna need that interrupt ID or something later? That's fine. That's fine. I'll write a note to myself. I think the answer is no because I have my thread ID in principle. I think that's the point. Let's just keep going. So let's just accumulate. I'll say dot value. Yeah. It's not result. Yeah. So let's do this. What? If it's empty, do I want to return just like null? Yeah, that was the original. So, yeah. That was the idea. And then I want to do this. Yeah, exactly. I want to throw an exception. Hey there. Yes, exactly. I'll take it. I paid for those tokens. I got multiple interrupts. Yeah. I got multiple interrupts. Let me check my sound. Yeah. There I got multiple interrupts. This might. I think this is legit. Like parallel execution. Okay, can look that up later. So I'll make it throw because then if it throws, I want to see that circumstance or whatever and then go and write a real implementation for it. In the meantime, we can just do this, right? Whoops. So this will make this thing basically work for now. Cool. Return the final state after processing. Really? Where's that comment come from? I don't remember that. We're going to return these interrupt like requests. So what this should be then is this should be the OK true dictionary. This should be the OK equals true dictionary. That's what this should be. That's what that's what request should come back to. That's what this should be. And then done is gonna be false. That's the user request. Right. Ooh, it's a little bit awkward because it's a user request, but okay, let's keep going. And then we're gonna be bored, and so we're just printing stuff out. Okay, keep going. Keep firing. Okay. Ooh, pretty cool. That's what I did last time. So then what is this doing? Uh-oh. In my loop, request equals done, initialize, think. Okay. So the think node, the initialized node ran. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, okay. Hold on. I have a tracer, right? Whoops. I think it was doing it. I have a tracer. Let's see if we got trace. See if I can use this thing to help. Is it still running? What does this mean? Whoa, GPT-5. Is it working? Huh? Cheetah. If it says cheetah, then that's my first successful GPT-5 API call on the whole project. So that's awesome. Is it working though? Ooh, I wonder if it's me. Okay. Or GPT-5 maybe. You know, maybe they've got some DevOps. Maybe they need some Vibe DevOps. Let's see. Okay, so let me reduce some logging. I'm barely paying attention as it is. So I don't need to print this thing anymore. Right, it'll stringify itself to that JSON. That's just for me to kind of... Actually, I was expecting it to throw some exception that it's not serializable. Actually, yeah, why didn't it? I thought that by saying that my interviewer state contains an interview object, that interview object needs to be serializable. Oh, maybe it just hasn't come to that yet. Maybe that interrupt hasn't happened yet. So let's check again. So then, okay, let me make it with reduced logging. Let's just let it run. Okay, so I think the think node, let's say, the think node is logging stuff that I don't care about. Yeah. State. Yeah. We can reactivate that later. So this is just, I'll put like one line. Yes. No messages yet. Starting system message. Here it is. Right. Let's increment the animal. Increment the animal. Dog. Next. But, oh, wait. So let's change the LLM, GPT-5. Let's switch it back. Man, I don't even... Fine. Uh-oh. Okay. I think that ran. Wait, if I just switch out this string, it's not... Okay. So it's not as easy as switching out the connection string or the model string. That's what I just learned. Maybe they're having like rollout problems. Maybe they're having rollout problems because everyone's trying to use it like me. That's fine. So back on 4.1, boom. This thing is not JSON serializable. Cool. So there's no messages yet, and we're starting with a system message. Dog, how can I assist you today? That's the beginning. So right, because there's a system message. Refusal. There's some metadata. Okay. So here's the state. So there's this AI message object. Right. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna have to check in on that. I thought these things could totally be serializable, but whatever. And then there's an interview object. Oh, and this is being REPR, not STR, so we're spared this massive JSON dump. Okay. So now we're listening. So now what? Let's actually, I want to check the tracer again. Come here, tracer. Ooh, cool. Cool. Neat. Mm-hmm. Input output. So this is my state. No, nice. Whew. And the output is like no change. Right, right, right. Wow. Okay. Yeah, of course it is. So then when we think the input, okay, so the input state and the output state. Whoa. What? Oh, I see. Yeah. Messages. So then these messages and then the interview. Oh, it stringified me. I thought it might do that. I thought it might do that. So this thing would survive a stringify like round trip. I hope it would like throw an exception. At some point, I'm gonna have to parse this thing. At some point, this code that it wrote already, that Claude Code wrote already, this like the deserializer, that will. I think I'm gonna have to use that at some point. I think that's pretty cool because if this thing's forcing me to sync to storage, then what that means is like distributed operation is not too far in my future. So I think that's awesome. I'm not at all bothered. So I think that's part of the like promised land of LangGraph, right? So then Socrates. Where are we? Where the heck are we? We're running real stuff, right? Right, right, right. Oh, so it did totally trace. And then, so if this is the state, that's lame though, because it could be, real JSON. This is like, it's a shame. It's technically going to survive a round trip, but it's a shame that it's a string of valid JSON. Okay. Wait, enthusiasm. What's the output? Additional fields. Wait, what is this? Interview. Oh, is it showing me a string and it's just my pretty printed JSON? Is that what that's showing me? Yeah, I think it might be. Okay. Because that's the raw input. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Collapse all. Okay. When it thinks, then it routes it. With this input. Oh God, every input to every call is okay. Got it. What else are we? Awesome. Cool. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so I don't think this thing's like getting me super far ahead at the moment of debugging, so I'm gonna get back on here. So, all right, so it's saying this message isn't serializable, which is kind of okay, but also my object type has been um when I say my, I mean like the interview class gets trouble. It's serialized to string. It's ridiculous. Okay. But what do I want to fix next? So it ran. It got the message back. Uh, it's trying. Okay, and I'm trying to ask it. Okay, okay, true. Okay, true exists. I know what's happened. I know what's happened in the interviewer. When it's thinking, it's trying to call. Uh, is it the route? No, no, no. It's the thinking. It's no, no, no. It's calling listen. It's in listen, and it's trying to call interrupt. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All messages in the state. Wait, is it showing that? It should be showing me that, right? If I'm right. Yeah, listen. Oh, cool. So it's gonna try to log it, and then it's crashing when it logs. Okay, wonderful. So it's trying to serialize all the messages. Oh, great. I don't care. That's my own code. Okay. This is like 3 a.m. stuff. Okay. So let's just log out. What was I trying to log out? The state? Let's just do the best you can. All right. That's going to be easy. Okay. Good. Next bug. Wonderful. So, we're routing the think. There's the state. We're listening. So here's all messages in the state. And then I print out actually the entire state, don't I? Yes, I do. So with the entire state, it's got the AMS. Okay, so then OR message pack. Yeah, OR message pack. A user request. Yes, not serializable. Wonderful. So it's saying my object isn't serializable here. Message pack serializable. I want to go read this source code. I'm not satisfied. I Googled it the last time. I'm going to read this JSON plus. I'm getting in this thing's source code here. How do I get in there? VM site packages. Let's just go. I want to see if there's any. I want to see how that's working. Get into the VM. Yeah. VM lib. What is it going to be? Python site packages. Yeah, let's get in there. Element OP. Right? PYT. Is this right? This can't be right, right? PYT. No. Oh, I see what it did. Okay. LangGraph checkpoint. Yeah. Element. Yeah, here we are. Yeah, it felt like it was the. Where are we? LangGraph plain. Here it is. Yes. Saturday JSON plus. Get me in there. Show me this file. Okay. Ah. Okay. Looks like a serializer, deserializer. Yikes. Okay, so then what do I want to read? 676. Here. Ah. Okay. Right. Okay. So then who threw the exception? JSON plus 216? Message pack encode the object. Yeah, okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. So what is this underscore message pack encode? Where did this function come from? Ooh, it's defined. Where did this function come from? Is it defined here? Do I actually use my outline for the first time? How is this thing serializing? Wait, can I collapse it all? Yeah. Here we go. Oh, that is this thing at the very bottom. So then they're all running it, and all that does is run this pack B thing. Okay. Ooh, look, there's a message pack default. Interesting. And there's some options. Cool. Pass through data class. What's that? Okay, so then there's options. There's this message pack default, which is this. Oh, interesting. Look. Yeah. Exactly. I think. Whoa, get secret value? What the heck is that? Pydantic. Yeah. Dict. Okay. As dict. Okay, these might be safer. Pydantic v1. Okay, dict. So. Okay. If it has as dict. I don't know about name tuple. Anything else interesting? Whoa, now we're getting into weird stuff. Okay. So if I implement a, what is this implementation? What the heck is this? Constructor single arg, get secret value. Weird. Let's do dict. So I think if I implement this dict callable, I get a Pydantic v1. I get a free Pydantic v1 serialization, I think. It's going to do my module. It's going to do my class name. That could be trouble. I'm about to get really, really cheeky with the class name, but that's okay. That could be trouble. Because you're supposed to be able to dynamically generate them and all this stuff. So if you like redefine it and then try to go deserialize an old one, you're going to be in tons of trouble. Like that's why protobufs exists and stuff like that. But anyway, whatever. And then it just calls .dict. Okay, wonderful. Let's do that. Let's do that. So I'm just going to assume it catches some sort of exception here and go in my base class and implement this .dict callable. Actually, I should notice it if I log that get attribute back, which I'm kind of surprised things work as well as they do, given that a ton of code is still totally deactivated. Yeah, here it is, get attribute, set attribute, all this stuff. Maybe that's fine. Whatever. So let's log this again, because I should see it. I should see it checked, shouldn't I? Uh-huh. Dict, right? Oh, wait. That code was doing, wait a second. That code was doing has attribute. So I might have to actually implement has attribute. Shoot, and I have to make it callable. This is a pain in the neck. Because I don't want it to be part of the form. It like breaks my perfect harmony of my data model. Now there's this weird like .dict object, but let's keep going. It's got to be serialized. Ooh, there's this as dict ext constructor kw args. Let's actually try that. Let's just try that. Because Pydantic, for all I know, could be trouble. Let's try that. Let's try as dict. So I still have to do the same thing, right? Has attribute. Let's try it. Let's try implementing it. Is there another? Yeah, let's try it. Let's try it. Def has attribute. Yes. Yeah. So what is it trying for me? Yes, thank you. I do want that. And we're gonna try get attribute. No, right? Who cares? No. Let's just let it return self name. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's see if that gets called. Let's see if that gets called. Get. Wait, is there only get attribute? Come on. Was that printing or printing just standard? Jeez, a lot of get attribute. Hold on. Was that, where was that printing? Normal. What is that? Let's try that. Okay. None. I don't believe it. One thing that I could definitely do. Yeah, let's not mess around too much, because I could just implement it real quick as a method. Because it's got an underscore, I'm okay. Yeah. It's fine. So this is underscore init. This is init. Let's just go def. So let's just do that. What's it going to be? What was that? What was that dang code? It is on plus underscore as dict. And it has to be callable. Yeah, so let's just implement that. Yep. So this is where that string code that I was saying. Yep. I was saying this is going to become like part of the data model or something. So let's see. This actually could be as show as engine. Oh yeah. I know what that is. Yeah, let's not have a stringifier class at all anymore for now. Yeah, because there's that as dict thing now. Let's just take all this code here. So the type name, the roles, the fields, the description. Then you go through yourself as dict. Yep, it's callable. Then you go through yourself. I kind of feel like changing this. No, let's not. Okay, too late. Get it? If it's callable. If it's callable, get its Chatfield like metadata or none and stick it in the fields. So that populates the fields and then we just return it all. But we don't need to anymore. We just return the real dictionary. Yep, that's how that works. Okay, so hopefully this will serialize itself now and potentially also serialize into, in fact, let's pull up that tracer. Potentially serialize into Langsmith, was that? Let me maybe think about wrapping up at some point. But hey, come here, Langsmith. What are you doing? There you go. Okay. I think it will show up in this trace, maybe. That'll be fun. So let's... Can I run it yet? Is it ready? Neat. Think. No messages yet. Starting with the system message. AI message. Dog. Right. So then we're thinking there's a state. All the messages in the state. There they go. Interviewer. Oh my god, yes. So somehow it's serialized. Let's go see if there's any improvement. Dog. Green check. Let's go see if all the bugs fixed or just some of the bugs. Let's read it raw, right? Raw. Oh dear. That's bad. Oh, so it's really trying to stringify it for me. Why is it doing that? Because it's serialized. It needed that dictionary. Wait, let me think. That's the repper. That's the repper. Wait a second. I think I found the bug maybe. That's the rep. Didn't I implement that double repper? Maybe I need to not implement that and let that thing, or implement the dict here. I think that's the point. Let me think. I think I might know. So no, it's not this meta stuff. Let's just get rid of all this code. I don't know about all this. What's this? Oh, all the fields and stuff. We can do that later. For now, I want to just say, like, what is it? Anesthetic equals self. Yes, exactly. And then I think I want to return. No. Either the dictionary itself or the representation of it. Let's try representing it. Seems like that would make some sense. Oh, and let's increment the animal. Where's that? That's in the interviewer. Dog. E, right? Eagle. Off we go. Oops, we're grepping. Oh no, shouldn't be grepping. Whatever. Oh, I think I was grep V. So, eagle. Yeah. Messages. So, oh, okay. Now, is this a nasty string? Response metadata. No, no, no. Is this a nasty string? Technology partner. Traits. Looks pretty good. Wait, was I right to return the repr like that? So it returns a string? I'm bored. Bound method. Uh-oh, current status. That's not good. I don't think that's good. But that's cool. What is that? Current status? Of whatever. Whatever, it's coming along. Oh. Oh, this is a separate log message. Yeah. This is also a separate log message. This is printing things out, so that's okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I know exactly why that's failing. That's because my get attribute is not implemented still. It needs to implement that, like, what is it called? Like null or proxy. I could maybe update it here because a field is a callable still. So where the heck was that? Let me go to my base. In this get attribute, where'd that go? Yeah, here. I could. So let's see. So what it's doing is looking for metadata. And if anything doesn't work, if it's not initialized, just fall through. And if it's a known field, okay, I know what I'm going to do instead. If it's callable, it's a field. That's how that works. So let's try this, right? Right, val. Right. So we get it. And then what could it be? Yeah, you can call callable. You can call none into callable. Yeah, you can. So we're just going to run that through. Yep, let's just do this. I know. Yeah, override. Whatever. Like, whatever. That's not the log message that I want, but let's try none. So that should print out nuns here and then a bunch of logs. Yeah. Uh-oh. As dict. None type is not callable. We'll see about that. Underscore it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. It's not just that it's callable. It has to start. It has to not start with underscore, right? That's the point. So it has to, if, let's just say not, right? That's the point. I'll change the logic. If it's callable, yeah, I like that better. And it doesn't start with underscore, then that's a field. So all the other ones are still gonna work. Yay. Woo, what's going on here? I'm bored. What's going on here? This is perfect. Scope is callable, returning it directly. Wait, returning it direct. Oh yeah, that's not the right log, but that's fine. So these come out null. Okay, let's not log stuff. Right. Wait, so then if it's, oh, otherwise we're gonna return val. We're going to do that. That's the code. Keep it simple. No more logs. Run it. Okay. Cool. Good. So returned this thing. Yes, it did. Are we getting a different UUID? Yeah, of course we are. We're getting a different UUID every time. So this is cool. So listen. Yes. Okay. I think that all worked. And so it just prints out none here. So it's not implemented to like populate just yet, but that's fine. So now the dialogue finished. No, interviewer returned. Okay, true, right? Yeah. So do I want to return any? No, let me keep going. Oh, let's go check the trace and see. I think. Wait, didn't I already see it? Oh, okay. It's still. Oh, so this is the repr string for sure. This is Python code. So let's just go quickly change that back. Instead of this, let's just return the dictionary. That'd be a weird thing to return from repr, but I guess so. Maybe that's fine. Python, come on, Schwartz. Oh, let's increment the animal. Increment the animal. So in the interviewer, where are we? Eagle. Box. Go. Oops. Whatever. Error. Woo. Yeah, of course it did. String return a non-string. Yeah, of course it did. All right. Because string falls back on repr. But we can't return. Okay. Okay, can't do that. Let's go back. Where was that? In the base? Yeah. Yeah, of course. You can't do that. All right. I'll just leave this being that's like a paper cut. That's not a real problem. So then that runs. So then this means if we refresh these run, we're gonna see gonna see Fox. Yes. Okay. Wonderful. So maybe a quick thing I could do and then log off is quickly basically do somewhat of a kind of halfway real prompt. This is kind of nice that this message. In fact, let me just try to get rid of this code. Yeah, serialization. And then maybe, can serialization just go away? Did I already delete it? Where is that? Whoops. Oh yeah, my outline. Go away, outline. Yeah. Can I make this whole thing go away? I don't want any of this code. I don't want any of this code. Reject as list. Oh my god. Recreate dialog class. I'll just keep it. I don't know if I want it, but I think I might need code to repopulate, so we'll keep it here for now. Okay. So let me keep that up. Yeah, maybe I just want to do, I definitely have to do a tool node, but that has to come from the prompt. So base. So now that uh-huh. Now that it kind of works, let's see. Initialize the dialog. There's nothing to do. Can I delete some code? I think I can. Yeah, I can because that. Yeah, oh, gross. Gross, yeah. Okay, what else? All fields to none. Oh, no, we intercept it and do it the other way now, so that's fine. Initialize dialog. It's gotta be something. I'll just leave it here. for now. Okay. So then, wonderful. So the point then is in the think node, when I set up that system prompt, basically that. Where's that think node? Whoops, wrong. In the interviewer, in the think node. This prompt could be my notes here. And actually make it really do it. Yeah, definitely, because I know. Because in this state is that, what am I trying to say? That interview object, right? So if there's no, you're a helpful assistant, right? So let's actually, let me think. That's fine, right? Let's just make it simple for tonight. So this will, let's just say system prompt, right? Self dot whatever, make system prompt. Yeah. And then I'm going to pass in this state, I guess. Yeah. Fine. So let's implement that. Yep. String. Fine. Yep. So this will be a system prompt here. Yep. Okay. Wonderful. So so I'm just gonna keep it. Okay. So what I want is the interview object, right? State sub interview. So let's throw that. Yay. Right. Yes, exactly. So that should throw, and I should have an interview object handy. Yay. Oh, gross. It just returns that massive dictionary, but that's fine. That's fine, because it needed to serialize, so I think it's okay for a second. All right. So what that means is the definition of everything is defined here. So I could sort of say, like, let's just start writing strings, right? Like, result equals, like that maybe? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, your task. So we're getting off already, right? So it's you. Ooh, do I want to do this with dedent? I think I probably do, huh? No, I don't. Let's just go. So it's, I'm reading my notes. Whoops, glasses. I'm reading my notes. Yeah. You are a, what did I say? Conversational. And so then, yeah, exactly. Interview, what is it called? It's gonna be, aha, it's the Alice role. That's the point. So what's the Alice role, right? So the roles are, so we're just gonna do a bunch of dot gets here in a second. Interview dot underscore roles. Yes. Right? Do I want to do it this way? It's already been serialized. No, I don't want to mess with that serialization object for a second. So I think that's correct. That's definitely correct. Right. So we're going to get attribute. We're going to get that. We're going to get underscore roles. Yes, exactly. So then the Alice role. Yep, you got it. But no, not quite. So we're just going to get, no, it's just going to default to a dictionary. Bob, same thing. Thank you. So, yes. And so, actually, what do I want here? That's fine. Let me do, I like single quotes. Let's just do Let's just do that. Okay, so you're gonna. So there's Bob, so there's Alice. Is that right? In the interview, there's roles. Yeah, the interview's gonna have all that metadata. What else was there? The doc string. Yeah, that's fine. So, but that's the whole Alice role. It's gonna be called something, right? Hold on. Comments it out. Yay, the interview is. Yeah, type. And then these roles here, it's type. Or it's gonna come out null or undefined. Or no, it'll come out none here. So that's the Alice role. So we could. Yeah. Let's just keep expanding. Yeah, totally. So it's we do Alice role.get type, and here's where we say agent. Was that what I wanted to say? I think it was after all this. Agent. And so that's what makes this become you are a conversational Alice role type. So that's what makes it say agent by default, and it's just by decorating my object and saying, nope, Alice is something else, that's going to go into the system prompt. And my hope is through like a really convenient mental model of people just saying, oh, okay, well, Alice is the agent and Bob's the product owner, and okay, and that's it. It's going to translate to really, really helpful prompt from the system prompt onward. In fact, I'm hoping to. I gotta look into this. I kind of want to potentially change the system prompt like in between iteration, in potentially generate a different system prompt for each iteration of the loop. So I have to look into that. This system prompt is going to change. The reason is I want the system prompt to say, here's all the information we need to gather. And as it's gathered, I want that system prompt to just tighten up and say, this has already been gathered. Something like that. So that the system prompt tightens up. I think that's the hope right now, but we'll see. So what's next? You are a conversational thing. So that's green. Focused. Oh. One, yeah. What did I say? Focused on gathering key. Was that information? Oh my god, I can barely read my handwriting. Information. Oh, through conversation. In conversation. Focused on gathering key information in conversation with. That's what it was. What are we doing? You are a conversation in conversation with the user. Exactly. So the problem is it's not the user, it's the Bob role. So we do it. Oops. Bob role type. Thank you. Whoops. Exactly. Bob's default role type is user. Thank you. Boom. Now what? Keep going. In conversation with the user. You are a conversational agent focused on gathering key information focused on gathering key information in conversation with, let's see, you are, whoops, in conversation with, it's going to say the product owner. Yeah, yeah, the product owner. Yes. And what else? Yeah, key information into a collection. So wait a second, let's, yeah, let's string attach, string concatenate rather. All right, into a collection called, so I'm going to name that collection. I'm going to name the collection. That was the idea. Class name. Yeah. So it's going to be the interview dot, let me go read. What did I do in, yeah. Yeah. Wait. Yes, exactly. Just the type name. It's just a class name. That's it. Nothing. That's it. That's it. Type name. Type. I'll just take that class name. Yep, I'll just take that class name. So let's give it a little. It's not great. So let's give it a little label. What is it going to be? It's going to be called the collection name. Let's call it the collection name. Equals. So this is going to be when we're making a system. Oh, it's going to be the interview. Yep. Stop it. Dot. Let's just keep it like that. Very simple. Collection name. And off we go here. Whoops. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. Let's maybe repar it. Yeah, let's not. Okay, keep going. So we're going to name the collection. And the idea is by referencing that named collection, like the help desk request, or the support ticket, the maintenance request, the student registration. By naming that collection, the LLM is gonna do better, and it's gonna have appropriate conversations. In fact, that's the next prompt coming up. Right, the user called blah. Yep. So I think I was going to new line. Maybe not. Let's just keep going. Although, just a quick audio check. Yeah. Okay. Although, the, and then we're gonna call the user again. Rollta. Yes, exactly. Thank you. May. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Your response must fit. Yeah, exactly. It must fit the conversation. And Jesus. Oh, while. Let's just finish it. Why does my thing do that? It drives me crazy. Driving your goal while driving your goal while focusing. Refocusing, yeah. Let's try that. The discussion to yes, exactly. Key, let's name that again. Collection name. From the exactly. So I'm hoping to like kind of multi-shot it a little bit in the system prompt and say these are sort of the names of my important entities. What's this interview object? No. So please no. So you're a conversational thing focused on gathering dit. Although the may take conversation, your response must fit the conversation and your respective roles. While refocusing the discussion. Wait, your response. Right. So that you. Okay. Let's try that. Gather clear key dot information. Okay, right. So then I was gonna just list out the data model. Basically, I was just gonna say, here's the data model. Like here it is, right? And like all those decorators are kind of relevant, but so let's just see real quick if I do, yeah, exactly, like 2 new lines. What else in the system prompt real quick? So this would be the first thing. Let's just like make some space for the data model or whatever. And then, yeah. What else? And then, right. Should I tell it how to begin? Or should I just assume that it's natural? No, I shouldn't tell it how to begin because the system prompt kind of applies to the entire conversation. So I'm not going to tell it how to begin. So, but it will say you begin the conversation. Is that right? Hello, I want to do a thing. Is that right? Why do I have to begin the conversation? Yeah. Whatever. Oh, yeah, because maybe there's like context, the user context in there or something. Who knows? Okay. So you begin the conversation. Yeah, like maybe it's going to say they're named so and so, right? So it's going to say, hi, so and so. Mm-hmm. Clear. Okay, so let me just maybe throw down the data model because the data model's implemented pretty easily. Let me click off and keep going. I don't want to go too longer. Yeah. Let me think. So, oh, interesting. The description was cleaned up here. I think I shouldn't do this. I think I should just keep it. Yeah. Let's just try that. And then I can tidy it up, you know, when it's really time to process it. Let's try that. So, what am I going to do? I'll click myself back on. Okay, so I'm definitely moving slow. It's late, obviously, but this is cool. So, now, if that means I don't have to depend on it anymore, yep. Let me just comment these out too. Okay, so yeah, get rid of this metadata cache thing. Let's get rid of this. I don't want that stuff. So what do I want? Oops. I wanted to put the fields in there too. Yay, the interview is this type and the fields. Right. There's the traits. Yeah, but the fields aren't coming out. Okay, so the idea was exactly if it's callable, it's a field. So let's just do that again. over in the interviewer, right? So let me think. Yeah. It's like validation rules. Oh yeah. Yeah. There's definitely validation rules. Let's actually print it out. Let's bring back my print statement. Oh. Oh, I know the problem. Do I have this on here? I gotta print it out myself now. That's the problem. What is that? Dumps. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. So if I print it out. Yep. Wait, what? Alice and Bob. Wait, what happened to my fields? What happened to my fields? Uh-oh. These fields. What happened to my fields? Roles. Wait, what? Mm-hmm. Yeah. My fields populate. If it's callable. Oh, I know. I know. Yeah, I know exactly what's going wrong. It's that get attribute again. Whew, this is trouble. So, dang. I think I can fix it. So instead of this get attribute, where are we? We're in the base class. Yeah, exactly. So there's that. Do I have get attribute? No, nowhere in here. So let's just try that. Get attribute self. Yes. And attribute name. Okay, so we're gonna try to pull it this way. If it's callable. So now we're gonna get attribute in it. I think that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. The fields. These are methods basically. Yeah. These are methods. They're not implementing anything cheeky. Nope. So wonderful. So I think this fixes my bug. Keep going. Fix my bug. Okay. There they are. They're back. All my fields are back. Wonderful. I did fix my bug. So here's the type that is the description has not been okay. So let's get into that, right? Let's say the what description? Let's say in the system prompt here, I want to say that it's described below, right? Key information of the comp described in detail below, right? Right, and then boom, and then so let's just say, right? New line, 1, 2, 3, 4, new line, okay? So I want to kind of do markdown, sort of. So I want to do, yeah, exactly. Let's say like markdown. Yeah, exactly. Collection name, right? New line. New line, right? And then, so let's make this the prompt, right? Res. Yeah. Let's just see the prompt. Should see it. Yay, the prompt. Yeah. You are a conversational expert technology consultant. That's right. That's totally right. Focus on gathering key information conversation with the product owner. Oh dear. Am I going to quote it? Yeah, I'm going to quote it. Yeah, I'm going to repper it actually. Let's just do that. Let's just do that and keep going. Once. I'm going to do it once, all right? Into a collection. Yeah. So, you're a conversational expert technology consultant. Oops. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Don't like it. Don't like it. Don't like it. That can just be one of the things it tests for or whatever. Okay. Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, love it, love it, love it. So let me fix my own bug then. So this product owner is kind of like, should probably be capitalized. Because that's like, yeah, that's right. That's the expectation. So, wonderful. So now it's the product owner. Into a collection called user request. I think that's going to work. Described in detail below. Although the product owner may take the conversation anywhere, your response must fit the conversation and your respective roles while refocusing the discussion so that you can gather clear key user request information from the product owner. Great. I think that's a fine 4 a.m. prompt. That's a perfectly fine 4 a.m. prompt. Okay. So then the user request, yeah, so it says it's defined below, right? The user request collection. So let's go and what am I gonna do? Gonna define it here. Collection, right? I'm really getting into collection. User request. Yeah. Let's do that. So then it has a new line. Oh dear. And so then it's gonna have, what do I want to do? Join all these fields. Let me just do fields. Let's just do this. Let's just do that. Yeah, exactly. And then field, I'll just define it up here. We can make better code in a second here. Yeah, exactly. So, wait, that's the point. And so then, yeah, exactly. So to make the system prompt, you would go through an interview object. Yes. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to implement a quick helper to get all the fields. This is ridiculous. So like def, like, what do I want? Fields? Something like that? Yeah, exactly. Do I want it to return a list of the actual field objects? No, I don't. I want it just to return the names. Yep. Yep. So it's going to be a list of strings. That's what it is. Wait, do I not have it? No, I do. Okay. So. Going to be a list of string. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So then it'll basically be these. Right? If it... Good, I'm going to switch my logic. I was finally in the mood to it. So if it... What is it? Result. Just do like that, right? That's the point. Not. Yep. Exactly. We pull it. If it's callable. No, right? If it's callable, it's a field. It did it wrong again. If it's callable, it's a field. If it's callable, it's a field. So that's it. That's it. It's just the attribute name. Exactly. Exactly, exactly, exactly. And then we return it. So that's the name of all the fields. Easy. Next. So let's fix this then, right? For field name. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. So then we can, let's see, if it's callable, we'll say field, right? I think that's fine. Yep. So let's get attribute field name. Wonderful. We know that it's callable already. We're fine. We see it. Yes, exactly. Yay, simple code. And then what is this? Field name. Cool, the fields populate. We'll see if... Let's try that. Yay. Whoops. So we get it from the field here. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Super clear. So then we build that all up. Okay. So now I can use this underscore fields, basically, helper back over in my interviewer object. That's the point. Yep. I want to iterate through those fields. So let's do that, right? Yeah. Interview. Yes, exactly. Come on. Yes. Right. Whoa. That's kind of right, but let me do it a little different. So it's going to have it may have a doc string, right? This is a field name for sure. So that's the field name. I think we can just use get attribute. It's gonna work. Oh, will it? No. No, this thing needs to know the... Okay, this is slightly bad, but I'm just gonna keep going. So the point is, yeah, exactly. This thing shouldn't have to know to do that. This thing shouldn't have to know to do that. That's really bad. But I'm just gonna keep going. I want to get some stuff working. So something's kind of wrong there. But whatever. So we pull the real field. Yes, exactly. That's totally gonna work. And then that being like a method now, what we can do is, what do we want to do? I don't want this. I want to like build up to that, right? So what is it doing? Interview field. Yeah, let's see. Do I want to call it metadata? No, it's all the spec and stuff. Let's actually see what it's going to show, right? These are all the fields. It's going to be all this fun stuff. Yeah, it's going to have... So I definitely want to get that chat field. Yeah, let's get that chat field object. Exactly. From the field, we get chat field, and otherwise we return an empty dictionary. Yep, exactly. Specs, exactly. What else? Because these objects are just the chat field objects. So this is it. So cast also. Cast, whoops. Cast equals, yes. No, stop that. Wait, specs. Cast is an object. Specs is also an object. Yes. Wait, constraints. No. That's the name of the field. Wonderful. So, with all these specs and all these casts, actually I'm going to ignore casts for now. That's the specs. Yeah, exactly. I want to make kind of like a nested list basically, and the specs go in the nest, go in there. Oh, I think my traits are not, I think I forgot. Oh yeah, I didn't do any traits yet. To do traits. Alice and Bob. Forgot about that. So then, what do I want to do? The audio check? Traits, yeah. So, let's keep going. There's my field. So basically, pretty soon, I'm just gonna want a little markdown list. Let me just make that string to kind of get the creative juices going. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of nice. Yeah. Description. So what else is there? Is there description? There actually should be. Where are my... Whoa. Where are my... So like timeline, right? Let me go look. Where's those constraints? Yeah, budget details. Yeah, the constraints timeline is like not timeline. Yeah, these doc strings are not going anywhere. That's a bug. That's bad. But that's easy to fix. So in let's see. The Let me think. If you label No, there was one that was mapped to null, right? These optional notes, right? Yeah. It built up the fields, right? Yeah. And it returned none here. So it needs to, let me think. We're not going to need it. So here I had it defaulting to none if there's no chat field. So I know it's a field. The point is they might have doc strings. It's not captured here in the dictionary. That's the problem. Maybe. Shoot, the secondary problem is if I fix it in here, this is just the asDict like function. It's not gonna, it's not gonna be seen elsewhere. Let me think. I think that's okay. I think that's okay. So let me do this now. So this has to change slightly because, let me think. Yeah, equals none. Let me think. I know what to do. So if there's a doc string, yeah, that's what it is. So if field, right? Yeah, exactly like that. If field dot underscore doc, right? So if the field has a doc string, then, right, we got to do like this, right? Exactly. So then, is it description? Let's say desk, DESC. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So we have to like auto vivify it, right? And then we can, so if it has a doc string, it'll make space for itself. But if it doesn't have a doc string, it won't make a empty object. Am I just really overthinking? I think I am. Let's just remove a line of code here. Let's try that. I think it's fine. I think it's totally fine. Let's see it. Oops. Come on. So these things should all these fields should have descriptions now. Totally. Project budget. Description. Project constraints. Totally. Project constraints. E.g. timeline. There it is. There it is. Awesome. Wonderful. So awesome. So then, so that looks good in the let's just tighten it up. That's fine. So that's cool there. The point then is I kind of have to do it here again. Let me just do it here again. If not, right. So we sorry, not these fields. Where is it? In the interviewer. That's okay. That's okay. Because it's still kind of, what's the logic of the prompt? So this is the field name, right? Yeah. It's gonna have a description. Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So description, right? Uh, no. That's the field description. So if there's no field description, I know. How do I want to say this? It's just gonna be that. Yep. And if there isn't, so let's just call it like field label. Yeah. Field label equals this thing. Basically. Whoop, that. Yes. And then if there's a description. Exactly. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I hate this prompt coding stuff, but this is cool. So then this is just going to be the field label. Yes, exactly. So that's one line. Next, wait, what? Where's that go? There's the field label. Oh yeah, I was just writing a line of code here. So I was just writing a string here. Yeah, I know. It's going to be like nested. So let me think. So it's going to be this. Oh, I know. Let's just do like field prompt equals that, yes, that. That's the point. So then what? There's the field label. We're going to new line. I think, right. And then we do basically, what do I want to do? Not casting, but specs. Exactly. Field specs, let's say. And that might be like degenerate or something, but let's just go through now. There's the specs. Let's just comment out the cast and do the specs, right? So spec, what is that? Yeah, spec name. Sure. Let's say spec name and spec. Let's try that. And then what in the heck? I don't even remember. Yeah, exactly. I can barely even remember what I'm doing. Okay, so then what? What's this field prompt? That's fine. Let's comment that out. Whoa, comment that out. Let's see can I get that thing to throw there? Perfect. Yes. Wonderful. Cool. So I got a must. Oh yeah, and it's a big list of them. Right. So I think the way that works is, I think I know the way that works. So the spec name is that. So then let's see. Basically, we want a string that goes like what? Dot capitalize. Yeah, exactly. And then it's, oh, I know. Right, for each spec, we want like a new line, right? For each spec, we want one line, yes. Okay. These are the actual specs. So let's say spec prompts. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. We can change this like mapping code or better code tomorrow or something. So then for each spec name, yeah, we capitalize it. And then it must have at least some items, yeah. I know. Predicates lists. Predicates. That's the point. it maps the name to a list of predicates. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So with those predicates, if we loop through, we do capitalize on the name must. That's fine. This is not good enough to make it like a real good, I think, validation thing, but that's fine. Predicate. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Exactly. It's that predicate. So just let it repeat. So that's the spec prompts. Yep. That's how that works. That's how that works. That's how that works. So for each, so we're just gonna let it, like, it's just gonna unroll that loop. It's just gonna unroll that loop and present that. So then all of these prompts. So that's all the prompts just for the specs. That's all the specs. It's actually the specs prompts. Let's just do that. So then the field prompt. Let's see. Field specs. I guess the field specs might be. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No. I want it to be like indented list. So I guess I want it to be new line.join, right? Yeah, I want it to be new line.join. And then I want it to be, don't I want it to be an indented list? Yeah, exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. Yeah. For specs prompts. Right. No, else empty string. That's the point. Field specs. And so if I invoke it, basically, I think that's okay. May have a couple little bugs. Let's see if that renders anything. Cool. You are a conversational expert technology consultant focused on gathering information, conversation, product owner. Detail below. Product owner may take conversation anywhere. Yes. You can get a clear key, user request information. Key? Yeah. From the product owner. Collection, user request. Yay, prompt. Okay. Now, hold on. I just have a tiny little, I think I probably have a little. Oh, whoops. Whoa. How did this even? Oh. New line.join. But wait. Oh, hold on. So that's the spec. So yeah, that field prompt is unused. So now what? That's the field prompt. So each field is at the point. Yes, exactly. I think I can get rid of this. I don't know what the heck that is. Let's try this. Yeah, close. What's that? A list? Why is that a list? Oh no. Wait. What is that? Oh, fields equals. Oh, fields is obviously a list. So I append more prompts to it. So I guess let's just do this. Yeah, exactly. Every time I let it, it just does the right thing. Cool. Yeah, this is awesome. This is awesome. This is gonna work. So you're a conversational expert technology consultant gathering information. Yeah, right. And this is like not even a, I don't think, great prompt yet, but I think this is fine. Blah, rolls, off we go. We explain what this thing is. These are the, oh, nice. Oh, yeah. These are like my method names. Right. Okay, whatever. Keep that for a second. Yeah, there's descriptions. What was the one? Oh, whatever. I got a little new line problem. Yeah, optional notes. That's correct. Scope of work. So then here's this reject and must stuff. Oh, the hint. We don't want hint, right? Oh, we actually do. I have to like define it or whatever. But that's totally right. This is almost, I mean, it's not going to be useful, but let's just see it round trip through the LLM, right? So instead of that, we can just return that, right? Let's return that. And that prompt might work, right? Oh, hello. Oh, totally. Let's go see it trace and then let's log out. Super awesome. Yes. So there's still tons to do. This thing is totally fine. And this thing's serializing as a bizarre object. But initialization does nothing. When it's time to think, I see. When it's time to think, oh, I see. It's summarizing the output. So it ran this chat GPT. It ran the chat OpenAI. It ran, yeah, here's the prompts. Wonderful. Here's the description. Totally. Yep. Yep. Hello. Oh my God, that's two. Whatever. Yep. Totally. Let's try switching back over to GPT-5 real quick. That was unfortunate. Someone asked for GPT-5. Where's that? Here. Go. System message. I don't know. I don't know if I have an API problem. I must have an API problem or something. Let's see if that keyboard interrupt hits my tracer. It should. Yep. Totally. Yep. Awesome. So let's go look at this successful one. Awesome. Totally awesome. This is going to work. Abbreviations. Let me check it in and get out of here. So right, and then what's changed? What's all this? This is like my implementation. Like data, like a new data. Yeah. Push it. Whatever. So I don't want to debrief too much. This is totally awesome. So if I refresh, what happens? All this exists. Is there any fun as? Yeah. This is going to exist. You're going to be able to say, I want to have a conversation about this team project or whatever, this dialogue. Define Alice and Bob. It's not even as, it's cooler in my real code. Who's Bob? Who's Alice? Traits, which I think I forgot to implement. All that goes into the system prompt, which works now. Furthermore, it's traced in LangSmith. So this system prompt is going to evolve a bit. I mean, the real thing is actually I got to figure out how to run instructor in here. That was the idea since the swimming pool today, and I think if instructor can wrap like we'll see. I think it might be okay. My bigger problem might be if instructor doesn't run in JavaScript, what am I going to do on that side? So I don't know what to do yet there, but that's fine. So the system prompt represents like the uh, it's kind of there. It's kind of halfway there. This is basically the point is, hey, we're going to have a conversation, and all of this I'm hoping is managed by the LLM. That's why I'm just spelling out these must rules. I'm just going to make the LLM, return like a failure summary or something like that, completely based on its own, you know, interpretation or whatever. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm not going to do any regular expressions, nothing like that, right? Uh, my goal is that everything happens in one round trip. I don't want to like get into intents and following up and stuff just yet. Hopefully it can stay that way. Uh, Still got to add the tool node to the state, but that's fine. Oh, I know exactly what to do. Yeah. And here, the graph is going to have a tool node, I think for sure. And so the point is where is it? When the user says, like, let's say, a constraint, the tool node is going to receive that in a structured, like, guaranteed way. That's what I want to use instructor for, Pydantic. Um, and it's going to have all of the, what do you call it? It's going to have all of the casts on it. Oh man, I should just implement the cast real quick. What is that? It's in the interviewer, right? I should just do the cast real quick, right? Where the heck was that? Uh, it was in the interviewer. Yeah, it's got to be in the interviewer. It's system prompt, right? Here it is, just below me. So the casts, right? So these are the casts. You could do exactly the same thing, right? Specs, prompts. Basically, field casts, let's say. Let's just do it to have fun. Specs, prompts, casts. Let's do it like that, right? Specs equals that. Field specs. Let's do it that, right? And then, yeah, exactly. Come on, do it for me. Do it for me. Yes, thank you. Cast name dot capitalize. But casts aren't quite the same, right? Casts are objects. They don't have lists inside of them. Oh, yeah, correct. Awesome. It did the correct implementation. So if the cast, then we append. Yeah, fine. Why? Why not just do that? I don't understand. Fine. That's fine. It's not actually meant to be used yet, so that's fine. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So instead of field specs, cast specs, right? Oops, field casts. Oops. It's not cast specs, it's field. Shoot. Field casts. Yes, exactly. Thank you. We'll see if that's close enough. Whoops. Come on. Go. Prompt, system prompt. Where's my prompt? Oh, wait. Oh, no. Let me fix my dang LLM. Come here, LLM. There it is. Nope. Yes. Go. Yes. Let's go see that system prompt. Anything cool? Let's go read it in this trace, but if it reads in the... Let's pop it up. Come on. Where's my system prompt? Yeah, there's as in. There's as in. That's ridiculous, but that's totally it. That's totally it. Yes, exactly. Exactly, as bool. Yeah, this is not how the prompt's it's got to explain what all this means and all that. But this is totally the idea. So then it can, when it calls back the tool, if it calls back on enthusiasm, it knows that it has to provide, you know, the Boolean, maybe, the Boolean uh, interpretation like this, right? And so on. Same thing with as int. This is the default prompt, integer, handle words like 5, and then somewhere there's an override prompt, right? Where was that override prompt as int? Where is that? I don't know if I see it. Number of users? No. Where's my dang other as int? Did I remove it? Where's my other as int? Number of users is normal. Oh, and then project budget, USD. Is that working? Oh, okay. Okay, got a little bug. Cool. Yes, override prompt, user provided override prompt, my downstream package, override prompt, and then everything else. So this is all totally working. So let me check in what just happened. Tiny changes, yeah. Let's just add it in there. I don't care. That's fine. Okay. Yep. So it just prompts it up, so it's exciting. So this is going to chat and follow up, and that graph is going to call tools or something, and it's going to populate it. And the feeling is kind of going to be like this. Maybe instead of request, I don't know, it's something, but you just say evaluator.go. I think streaming's going to work. You say request, and then now it's back on me. I've just got some data. I got to show the user. This may end up having to show like the messages list or whatever, but whatever. And then once I'm done, I like process this request or whatever, and then just continue the loop. And by continuing the loop, it's not implemented yet. Where is that? But I think somehow it's gonna pick up when I continue the loop. This thing's gonna know. I don't know how just yet. And it's gonna know to pick up from that interrupt. And then with that done, we're gonna have human input back into this thing in a totally generic way in this mechanism. Maybe they pass in a string or something, I don't know. Super, super, super easy one line, like input and output. That's what's happening here. And then it'll like follow up, and then it'll loop, 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 and then we'll have a whole conversation. And then I got to write some tests and stuff and make this thing extract the data. Oh, and meanwhile, I completely broke tons of it because that entire data model is broken. But I'm pretty sure the net result is going to be reduced code and definitely reduced complexity. So that's fine. So let me just wrap that up there. Pushed. Yep. Pushed, pushed, pushed. Done. Awesome. Feeling good. Feeling red. Feeling good.